All right, I'm keen. I'm super keen to get into this game. So without much further ado, we start every stream here at Crouch After Dark for the Tim Tam Slam. Not only is it a delicious biscuit and a tasty treat, it's a lovely way to start a session of any type of game. And today, more Farm Simulator 25. I'm super excited. What is a Tim Tam? Ladies and gentlemen, you're in for a treat. It's 2 chocolate biscuits with a bit of chocolate in the middle. It's all wrapped up in chocolate. We're going to bite off the opposite corners of this biscuit. It's going to expose the inside and allow it to act like a straw. We're going to slurp up this delicious hot chocolate that I've made. I don't have any Cadbury's drinking chocolate, unfortunately. So we've got a cup of Milo here, which is just not the same. I'm going to use this biscuit to slurp up some of that drink. A biscuit straw, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to make the inside of this biscuit all soft and delicious. Goes in our cake hole. It's going to be entirely delicious. And we can jump in with some more Farm Simulator 25. I've edited the first episode, or the first couple of hours of our stream the other day. That's now up. Excuse me. That's now up on Crouch's Farm. Link in the description of this live stream on YouTube if you want to go check out Crouch's Farm and join me over there for some more. Well, not some more, but for some edited content. Let's jump in, ladies and gentlemen. G'day everyone, Crouch here. I hope you're all keeping well. We're back with some more Farm Simulator 25. I'm absolutely enjoying this game, loving it. We're the 3rd day in. I don't know how many episodes there are. There's been quite a lot of content I've recorded. I'm still in the process of editing things into manageable episodes. But without much further ado, let's jump in. It is day 3, 6:15 in the morning. We are playing our City Slicker to Farmer sort of playthrough, our experience. I've never played Farm Simulator before. You know, this series is my first time playing the game. We started with nothing, 100 grand, which is the minimum. No machinery, no equipment, no land. We're not allowed to use any leased equipment nor take any loans. And we're currently squatting in Dave, our friendly local, machinery dealer. We're squatting in his car park. We've got all of our equipment laid out here, and we need to find our own place. So I've been grinding through contracts, all of which I've really been enjoying. I absolutely love the wood transport missions. I'm going to turn that music up just a tad. Absolutely enjoying the wood transport missions. I'm getting better in the tractor with those claws on it. Excuse me. Excuse me. This tractor desperately needs a wash. I've been loving those contracts, the wood transport ones. They've been thoroughly enjoyable. But as I've been thinking, as I was playing a little bit last night, when I was 16, 17 years old, Dad wanted to buy a property in the country, around 100, 150 acres, and raise goats so we could process freeze-dried goat's milk to export to India. I think I've mentioned this before. Where a lot of people don't drink cow's milk or are lactose intolerant but can drink, goat's milk. We were going to raise goats, process freeze-dried goat's milk for export from Australia. That never ended up happening. And I thought, what better opportunity to just live out that alternate reality than here in Farm Simulator 25 with my City Slicker to Farmer, playthrough. So I think that's the plan. I'm going to have a goat farm. Now, to have a goat farm, I've been looking at the map. We only have 42 grand. Now, we can keep grinding through contracts, which we're going to have to do. But we need to start somewhere. So I was looking at the different crop types. And if we switch this off and we have a look at grass, because goats can either eat grass or straw. Now, straw's not something you can grow. It's something you can produce. So I was having a look at the grass fields. And now, sadly, there's only 3 of them currently available on the map. There's this one all the way down south. It's 106 grand. We've got this one all the way out west, which is 44 grand. So, you know, 1 or 2 contracts and we could buy this, you know, 1.84 acres of land out on the western side of town. Or we have this slightly larger block here. That's 2.49 acres for 60 grand. Now, so that's my plan. That's my plan today, is to see if I can afford to buy a property. Now, I don't think I'm going to be able to, you know, buy any goats or any pens or anything like that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how we go. But that's my plan. I figured out what my plan is. I'm going to have a goat farm, and then obviously as the farm progresses, obviously we'll have a bunch of other stuff. But I need to get a piece of land. I'd like to get some greenhouses and I'd like to get a sawmill. So with these deadwood contracts, instead of just leaving the trees just there after we cut them down, we can collect those, bring them back to the sawmill, and then the sawmill can process them into different things that we can sell. Greenhouses, if we just provide them with some water and specify what we want the greenhouse to grow, we'll grow that produce and we can then sell that produce. So whilst we're in the process of building and growing and developing our goat farm, we can have some of these little side businesses. Now, as usual, before we get too much into the game, I am streaming a lot of my sessions here in Farm Simulator on my channel Crouch After Dark. There's a link in the video description if you'd like to come and watch me live. So if you do hear me talking to people, I will be talking and interacting with chat. For example, Campaign Terrains popped up in the chat on YouTube. It says the sign on Dave's place is in Polish. Guess we know where this area of the game takes place now. Yeah, so we're obviously in Europe somewhere, obviously in Poland. What's the map called again? Zielonka, I think. Does it tell us anywhere? I think this map is called Zielonka. So if you do want to come and join me live, I would love to have you there to either encourage me on, provide feedback, suggestions. I'm a complete noob. Or you can just hang out and chat and berate me, like like some of my regular crew do. Either way, it's early morning. It's 6:23. The sun's going to be coming up soon. So we can't quite afford to buy anything at the moment, let alone if we go and have a look at various bits of equipment, construction. So if we have a look, I think somewhere there's greenhouses, factories, sheds, silos, silo extensions, constructibles, containers, tools, farmhouses. Somewhere I found in here last night, constructibles, some greenhouses, sheds, and I think the basic greenhouse was 9 grand. So we're going to need at least 9 grand for at least one greenhouse. Animal pens. Now I think sheep and goats can share the same pens. Theirs is 14 grand. And I'm assuming that because where do we find animals? There's an animal dealer, isn't there? Here we go. Animal dealer. We've got cows, pigs, and sheep and goats. So I'm assuming because there's no goat pen, so I'm assuming that the sheep pen can also be used for goats, because from the animal dealer you can buy both sheep and goats. Goats cost us $200 for a little, what are they called? A yearling? This is a yinling. A yinling. Or an adult. 770. So we need cash bulk dollary dues. Oh. First thing though, I need to earn some money. I want to buy that piece of land. Whether I can actually put anything on it or not, if I buy some grass, I've got a mower and I've got a baler. That way I can mow the grass, I can bale it, stack it to the side somewhere so that I can, you know, have something to feed the goats. I don't know if I build a goat plot on a block of land, will it just seed itself into meadow, or if I already buy a grass field, will the grass grow and those guys eat it? Who knows? So let's have a look at our contracts. We've got this deadwood contract. We've got this massive fertilizing contract for Field 54. It's the biggest field in town. Harvesting we can't do, plowing we can't do, rocks we can't do, stone, or this wood transport. So let's accept this wood transport one, and we'll also accept the deadfall because it's sort of in the same region. So we'll accept both of those. Let's, we've got the claw on there. All we need is the trailer. Where's the trailer? There's the trailer over there. So I guess we can get started with these two contracts. All right. I'm really enjoying this game. I can't tell you. It was so much fun editing the first stream that we had the other day. I'm probably going to have to split that into 2 episodes. It was such a monumental stream. All right, where are we going? We want to go. Let's just check our map. Let's get off the road. Okay, so we're going northwest and then over to the train station or whatever this place is over here, the sawmill. I hope everyone's had a wonderful weekend. I'm going to try and, oh, you know what I've just realized? I'm an idiot. I forgot to click record. Let's start all of this again. I like Crouchy sleeping in that tractor. Kind of. We've got to go back, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm a noob. Classic Crouch. Take 2. G'day, Wong. I really don't like doing recorded content. Having to edit things, reshoot stuff. That's why I love live content. G'day everyone, Crouch here. I hope you're all keeping well. Welcome back to Crouch's Farm. We are obviously streaming live on the Crouch After Dark channel. I will be interacting with chat as we play through today's session. We're obviously playing a little bit more Farm Simulator 25. Our City Slicker to Farmer playthrough, starting with the minimum amount of money. No mods, no leasing, no loans, no land. And we've been through all of this already, but because I'm a professional at what I do here on both Twitch and YouTube, I forgot to click the record button. So if you are watching this on Crouch's Farm and you want to come and hang out with me live and interact with the chat, you can see some of it over there. There's a link in the video description. If you are watching here on Crouch After Dark, I appreciate you being here with me. The in-game clock says it's about 6:30. It is 6:30. It's an early start. It's day 3 or the 3rd month, October. Ramoyne, my friend, how are you? Night farming, this is a new agricultural trend. No, we're just getting started. It's super early. I wanted to get a nice, good early start. We did have a big discussion prior to me realizing I hadn't clicked the record button about, the plans. I am going to have a goat farm. And to, go through it all again, when I was younger, my dad and I were going to start a goat farm. We looked for about 100, 150 acres. We did farm courses and all that sort of stuff, and learned to drive tractors and, animal husbandry and look after animals and, manage a farm and all that sort of stuff. That never ended up happening. We wanted to raise goats so we could process freeze-dried goat's milk to export to India. The home of my fathers, the land of my fathers, from Australia. So now I've had a couple of days here in Farm Simulator. I'm getting used to the game. I'm getting used to driving things around. I'm getting used to the different types of contracts. I want to have a goat farm. So let's jump back into the game. We have already started. We've picked up a couple of contracts, but we did have a little bit of discussion about the map. There's 3 areas on the map that have grass. We're probably going to try and buy this little field out west. But to do that, we need some cash buck dollary doos. So we're on our way out to the west side of town where there's a wood transport contract available and a deadwood contract available. So we're going to go out there and process both of these and get started nice and early here in the morning, which is probably a bad idea because it's not going to take us very long to get to the forest. So we might head out there, fast forward time while we have a cup of tea, so we can actually have some light so we can see what we're cutting down and what we're actually collecting. But that's the plan, is to buy one of the fields. It's actually out this way. Little grass field. It's 1.6 acres. It's only 44 grand. We already have a mower. We already have a baler. So we can already start collecting some hay, some straw bales for the goats to eat. But there's a lot to do. There's a lot to learn. So let's head on out here. We'll chill out for a little bit. Here's our wood over here somewhere. Can't even see it. There it is. It's quite a few logs. We'll set everything up. We'll chill out for a little bit until the sun comes up, and we'll get back into things in just a minute. All right, let's fast forward some time. Goat farm. I almost thought you said dope farm. Not the goat of dope farms. He wants a real dope farm. No. I've been there, done all that. 2 grades of marijuana, the medical grade and the entertainment grade. All right, how do we fast forward time a little bit? It's the 8 key. All right, let's crank this up until the sun starts coming up. Dial that back to 1 o'clock. Let's go half a day. Half a day would be good. So as usual, anything where my face generally isn't on screen is more often than not going to be a time lapse for the video over on Croucher's Farm. You see my face on screen, it generally means that I'm talking to the camera or interacting with the chat. So it's 7:15, a little bit sort of close to 7:15. The sun's up. Here's our wood to collect. I think we'll collect our wood, then we'll cruise past the site where we need to chop down the dead trees, and I don't remember how things work. Helps if we open the claw. Good job, Crouch. Proficient. I love that little move where you lift up the arm, tuck it upwards, open up the claws, and then gobble the wood a little bit so you can get a tighter grip on it. It always reminds me of a bird or a penguin or something eating fish. And as I went through in one of the previous episodes, I really enjoy doing this in first person. It seems more natural to me. It makes things a little bit easier. Plus, we also get to see me damaging the trailer a little bit more. All right, let's get this contract done. Gets people in trouble. Medical is dangerous if used recreationally. Thought I bought the bigger trailer. Never pulled the trigger. I don't think there's a bigger trailer that we can afford at the moment. This trailer's okay. This is a good trailer for us right now. This one's working out okay. The problem with the bigger trailers is that oh, let's put that there. What? Is that we need a different tractor. Our tractor's not powerful enough for the bigger trailers, I think. Clive, how are you, my friend? Hope you've been well, buddy. Playing a little farm simulator today, as we have the last couple of days. So much fun. I'm absolutely just loving the chill nature of it. I'm loving the feeling and the sense of progression, of purpose, of meaning. We're on our way to developing our goat farm. Not to be confused with a dope farm. Why have I not got a suitable trailer for logs, Ramon? Because they're expensive and I couldn't afford one. So we've got this little trailer. It's going to have to do until we can afford a more appropriate trailer for logs. I mean, we started with the minimum cash buck dollary dues, which was 100 grand. No equipment, no loans. I'm not allowed to lease things. You know, we're making things difficult for ourselves, right? You know, that's the Crouch way, right? And so we're making do with what we have. It's strange having my camera off because I keep looking at the camera, but then I remember that, you know, my camera's not actually on. Wondering how long until Star Citizen has tractors and goatee quasi-grazers. hopefully not too long. Been dealing with some health issues, have you, Cloven? Sorry to hear that, mate. Star Citizen is good. Star Citizen is Star Citizen, mate. It's you know, they're cranking out the updates, which is great to see. 4.2.2 is in the PTU. We've already had a patch this month, haven't we? So this one must be, you know, for next month. It's crazy that it's out already. You can see crouch quasi grazers. You can see me raising quasi grazers. I'd love to have a ranch in Star Citizen. It'd be sweet. Taking them to market, transporting them in the MISC livestock transporter. Yep. I thoroughly enjoy that. What the hell is going on? I think we've strapped the trailer, the tractor, to the trailer. Crouch, I've overloaded the trailer. No way, man. No way. We can fit heaps in this trailer. But for some reason, we seem to be attached to it. Um, oh, damn, what have we done? I have no idea what is going on. Obviously, the straps that we put on here have done something weird. Let's strap everything down again. We are still very much attached. To that log. I can't see any straps, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't any there. Maybe the only thing that we can do here is reset the tractor. And then I have to run all the way back to the shop. There's obviously no public transport and I don't have a scooter. This problem started happening after I tried to strap down the load. So I could stick a couple more logs on there. How many left on the ground? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 on the ground. We need to take 10 with us, that way we can do it in 2 loads. Thinking. At this point, the only thing I can think of is that I need to reset the tractor and then run all the way back to town, which is frustrating. We'll think about it. How am I, Clive? How's my family? Everybody's well, mate. Everybody's good. Thank you so much for asking, mate. We're good. My wife is recovering from COVID at the moment, though. Neither Charlotte or I have managed to pick that up, which has been nice. But otherwise, everybody's well. This is clearly an Argo tractor. Yeah, Argo's done something to this, hasn't he? Shouldn't be allowed to be around equipment. Aha! Aha! Mystery strap! There was a mystery strap that we couldn't see. We've done it! Freedom! Love those invisible straps. I should probably try and activate my Toby. Two, 4, 6, 8. Actually, we can just stick this one on top. There's no need to go crazy. I'll get one more to bring with us. Let's hook up to this trailer. All right, let's get our auto straps on. Look at that. All right, let's take this first load up to the... Oh, hang on, wait a minute. All right, so we figured it out. A hidden strap. A hidden strap. I think I'm going to the wrong place. We need to go over to the sawmill, don't we? Maybe we'll quickly come and do this deadwood contract. There's 6 trees that we need to cut down. We'll go and do this contract real quick. And then we'll head over to the sawmill. And I was just thinking I might try and get my Toby activated so when I'm inside the cab I can look around a little bit easier, because you know I don't mind using the hat stick on my joystick, but in first person mode it's a little bit more challenging. In third person, actually where are we going? It's downhill. In third person mode, English fifth. Whoa! Whoa! Let's bring that down. In third person mode, it's not too bad, but in first person mode, when I'm in the cab, I want to be in the cab and, you know, have that immersive feeling. I really am enjoying these deadwood contracts. Not the deadwood, the wood transport contracts from inside the cab. For some reason, I find it way easier. All right, let's get this done real quick. Then we'll go drop off that load of wood at the sawmill, come back, pick up the second one, and see where we go from there. You can't drive with that log blocking the road as you drive. Yes, I can. I do what I want. It's other people's responsibility. We're in the country here, man. We are in the country. It is other people's responsibility to make sure they stay out of the way. These are our roads. So when I get my property, I will definitely be needing to do some of these deadwood contracts to feed our sawmill. Because the sawmill will just run in the background and passively produce. As long as it's been fed with timber, it'll just produce timber planks, short planks, long planks. And then those we can sell to the carpentry place, there's like apparently a piano company. I mean, we can also collect this and then take it up to the, the carpentry workshop to sell and stuff. I'm really nervous about stopping the recording and starting the recording. You know, going through the 7 hours of the previous stream has been fun, but it's 7 hours of content to scrub through, right? But I know that if I stop recording, I'm going to forget to start it again, right? But I can kind of make it easy to myself by, you know, anytime as I'm scrubbing through the footage, anytime I see my face on camera is when I'm talking to the video. And anytime I don't see my face on screen is time that I can either cut or time lapse. So I guess that's not too bad. And the file size you know, that's once I've edited the video, we can just get rid of the original. We don't really need to keep it. So the field that I want to buy is just down here. Field 80, I think it is. So this is the field that I'm interested in buying, this one up here, field 80. So I thought as we're cruising past, we might just have a quick stop and see the property, so to speak. Let's have a little inspection. Let's have a look at the field, see what condition it is. I think if we go on the field, it'll give us details. Farmland 80, owned by Walter, man, that owns so much. Grass, it's ready to harvest. Yield bonus plus 97%, 100% fertilized. This is ready to harvest. So if we get a couple of contracts done, how much is this field? It's 44 grand, right? It's 44 grand. If we buy this field, then we can harvest it. We've got a mower and we've got a square baler. That way we can cut the grass down, bale it up, put all those grass bales to the side. And then whilst we progress over the next month or so, the next month or two, to build up funds to get a goat's pen, a greenhouse, all that sort of stuff, it might be ready to harvest again. I think it takes like 3 or 4 months for the grass to grow. We'll see what happens. But as we were cruising past plot 80, I thought we'd have a quick look. And it's ready to go. It's ready to go. So that's definitely the one for me to buy. It's the most affordable. Obviously, it's not the biggest, but it's the most affordable. I did want to be out on the western side of town here. I want to buy up all these plots on the western side of town. So I think it's a good option to start with. All right, I'm going to get the rest of this wood transport contract done, and then we'll come back and see where we are. Maybe we can buy that field. Is that early morning dew or haze? It's probably dew, I reckon. 7:30 in the morning. I did try to plug in my wheel. I've got a PXN V10 that works wonderfully in Euro Truck Simulator, but in Farm Simulator, it doesn't seem to work properly. So it's a bit of a bummer. And then I remembered I've got a whole bunch of thank you points from work, and the Logitech farming setup is $499, and I've got $900 worth of thank you points. And so I thought, look, I can get a voucher for JBL Hi-Fi for $500 and go grab that farming simulator setup. It's got the little side console and the steering wheel and the pedals and all that sort of stuff. But of course, oh damn it, JBL Hi-Fi don't sell it. They sell something different, slightly similar, but it's $800, which means I've got to use up all my thank you points. And I don't really want to do that.
You are fine.
Because it would be nice to have the wheel. I don't mind using the sticks. It's fine. Screw that sign, I guess. Yep, 100%, man. The sign was in the way, dude. Who puts a sign there, honestly? Who throws a shoe? We're really going the long way, aren't we? We're taking the scenic route. It is lovely, though. I'm really enjoying this game. Look at this, just cruising out here amongst the fields. This is the longest possible contract for the this bloody wood transport that I've done so far. All the way from one side of town to the other. but I do love it. I really don't mind. I'm not fussed about efficiencies. I'm not fussed about, I'm not making money fast enough. I probably could have made money this way. If I bought that instead of this, or like, I know I'm going to make so many mistakes with the farm, but I don't mind it at all. Sticks are a little bit sensitive. Yeah, the wheel would just be much nicer. But we don't really need it. But being able to use my pedals for forward and reverse, that would be much nicer than having to push and pull on my left stick. That way I can use my left stick, for, other controls when I'm not having to drive, so to speak. Like operating a crane or, this handler or something like that. This is so chill. So chill. Rhino, how are you? Gonna name change, Rhino. New channel for your farm simulator content, hey? Keep it all together. How are you enjoying the game, mate? Precision farming. No name change? Oh, YouTube isn't showing nicknames. I've never been here before, but I'm assuming, given it's got these little hazard stripes and stuff on the ground, that this is where we need to be. Just try and sell, or we'll turn in, that batch of wood. And we'll pop this one on the ground.
Just broadcasting an alert.
Okay.
Sexy Potatoes rule on Twitch has broken their pin times into 25 bits. Thanks for sharing. Is minimum bits and sad times frown.
Mate, Sexy Potatoes. Appreciate the bits over there on Twitch, mate. What a legend. 25 bits, breaking his Tim Tams into little bits. And sharing some of them with me, mate. What a legend. Thank you, Sexy Potato. Well, let's go collect the rest of the wood, come back, drop them off. What we might do, whilst we're here, is we'll quickly complete this contract, just in case another one pops up in our region of the world. So some cultivating contracts, don't mind doing those. I'm really not massively keen on doing this huge, big 16-acre property. Harvesting contracts are back. Okay, so by the time we finish the wood transport contract, there may be some other timber-related contracts, or we'll do these cultivating ones. It's bedtime now, though. Have a good one. Thank you, Sexy Potat, mate. Have a good sleep, mate. Appreciate the bits, buddy. You're doing a forestry playthrough on a mod map. Solid. Yeah, I haven't even looked at any mods yet. Let's take a quick shortcut through this guy's field. Get your own sawmill, Rhino. Yeah, sweet. That's, I want to get a piece of property so that we have the possibility to be able to, start developing, obviously, our own property. And part of that is, I want to get a sawmill and a couple of greenhouses whilst we save up money to put our goat enterprise into production. Where are we going? Going out west, right? Alright. If we head straight down here, right now we're traveling south. Will I get fined for driving across another farmer's field, ruining the crop? I didn't drive across his field. We sort of took a slight detour next to it, but we didn't drive over it. I do have crop destruction on at the moment, but I think that only affects my crops. I have both the left stick and the right stick set up to steer. The left stick is, as I push forward and pull back, it's driving forwards and backwards, but as I rock it side to side, it's also steering. So that in the event that I need my right hand to do something else, such as puff on my addiction machine, I can still steer, but it's very, very different steering with that left stick than it is with the right one. It's whenever you see me wobble like that, it's because I'm steering with my left hand while I'm puffing on my vape, and I've got to remember, because my left hand is busy pushing the stick, I can't press my push to mute button. So I push my mute button that I need to press again to unmute. I've got to remember that if I don't press that button, I'll be muted. And because I'm not on screen, nobody's going to know I'm muted, and therefore, I could be muted for ages. Besides, no fines if no witnesses. Yep, that's true. That was a nice little efficient drive through the countryside. I'm really enjoying. This is what I want Star Citizen to be. Obviously not a farming game, but I want it to have this sort of feel, right? That you exist in the universe. That you've got things to do. That you've got a job and. getting used to being able to see where my forks are and at what angle I need to be at. It would be nice to have a proper trailer to do these contracts though. So that I didn't, that was opened at both ends. That way, I won't have to worry too much about lining up perfectly to get the log in the trailer properly. I can just, I can, just drop it in a little bit better. Butchered this one. Trying to do that little gooseneck swallow. This is so enjoyable. I can't tell you. I know it doesn't make for the best streaming content. But I tell you what, I'm really enjoying this. This freaking activity specifically. Especially being here in the cab. I think after this, I might get my Toby sorted out. It doesn't have the same level of adjustment that Star Citizen has. So I think if you put it on, you can't choose, how much eye sensitivity you have versus, head sensitivity, and it's either on or off, and if it's on, how sensitive is it? Alright, so we should be able to get 2 more easily on top. And then we can carry the other one in the claw. Sorry if I'm not talking very much, folks. I'm just enjoying this gameplay. And I know it's different without my face on camera. It doesn't really feel like a live stream, right? You know, I'll admit that I don't really watch a lot of streamers who don't have a camera on. Because part of the reason for watching a streamer, at least for me, is you're watching that specific person. You know, something about that person you gel with, and if someone doesn't have a camera on, you know, I don't know why I'd bother. And so it's like I said, it seems strange for me because I don't have my camera on, but that's again because this is all time lapse, and if my face is on the camera, it's gonna seem strange, right? If my little face is there talking away. And it's in 1,000 times. What? If the speed's been sped up by 1,000 times, it's going to seem strange, right? If I could figure out a way to separate the layers in OBS when I'm recording, so I can just record the gameplay and the different audio sources, which I'm doing now on different channels, but then also have my camera recorded on a different layer, so to speak, so that way when I'm editing the video and I want my face to be a bit on the camera or on the screen, then you know, I can grab it from that layer. If I could figure that out, if there's somewhere, I'm sure there's something that allows me to do that. I just haven't looked into it, but maybe I might now that it's actually becoming a little bit more relevant. I need to get another keyboard set up for the stream cube. That way I can I don't have to switch the mouse and keyboard back and forward. Look at that haze off the field. Getting things done. It's 7:45. Spent half an hour this morning hauling a bit of logs around. Lovely. I must have a look also at the bits on Twitch, because as Sexy Potat was saying, 25 is the minimum. So I need to change that. I think that's just the default Twitch sets up for you. So I need to have a look at that and see if I can change it to 5 or something. Or 1. Someone wants to tip me 1 cent. I also don't think there's a hotkey for the Tobii to be able to turn it on and off, which is a bit of an issue, especially for streamers who want to be able to turn it off while they're looking at another monitor or reading chat or something, and you don't want your game screen going crazy. Yes, sir. Wood transport finished. Let's check our contracts. See what we've got available. Active, completed, 4,845. Okay, so now we've got 47,891, right? We've got the cash buck dollary dues, ladies and gentlemen, to buy field 80. 44,736. So I'm thinking that we might buy that field, hook up the mower and the baler, cruise down there, go harvest that field. Who else heard that? Bit of brown water, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a professional. I hook up the mower and the baler, cruise down to field 80, go and process that. Now, I'm not sure at this stage about how I'm going to collect all the bales. I'm assuming I can pick them up by hand, so we can just go with the, the tractor and the trailer and just chuck all the bales. I don't know. We have to figure that out. Let's buy this property. Buy land. Would I like to buy this land for 44,736? Let's do it. Look at this. We own our first property. Plot number 80. Owned by me. Owned by you. Owned by us. 97% yield bonus. 100% fertilized. So let's head back to Dave's shop And I guess we can start vacating the premises. I mean, he is very centrally located. You know, it's been very convenient. We are now out on the western side of town, but you know, that's where I bought my property. I guess we can move there. Maybe at some stage I'll own something in the center of town. Who knows? In the meantime, we'll head back to Dave's, pick up some equipment, pick up the mower, pick up the baler, and start moving down to our new plot. I had to double check then after that I wasn't muted. We'll turn the recording off, put the camera back on because we'll cut back in. We don't need to time lapse everything. I was going to say I've got the biggest grin on my face. And then I was like, well, there's no point, right? Camera's not on. But I've got the biggest grin on my face. It's so much fun. I'm thoroughly enjoying this. I just, I need to get into the habit, and I guess the only way of being able to do that is to just do it of turning my turning the record on and off and stuff. And that's just practice, right? I'll get my process down for how I record my content for Crouch's Farm. Congratulations, you are now a landowner. I've joined the gentry. And you could just go barreling across the fields, right? There's no need to drive along all these paths and stuff, but that's part of my immersion. I'm sure there's people who play just like straight line, beeline from this point to that point across all the fields. So we're back here at Dave's. I think what we might do look, we'll move down to Dave's shortly. Let me go down there and process. Process the hay. Let's mow the grass. We'll unhook that. Put the trailer back here. What's going on? Reverse. We'll grab. Our mower's not in a fantastic position, is it? And I guess with this grass field, until we actually get some goats on it, we can process the grass. I wonder how much a square baler would be, so that we can start processing some silage. That will earn us a little bit of money. I don't know how long it's going to be before we can actually get goats on this property. But the first thing to do, it's ready to harvest. So let's head on down to our new field. Oh, this is so exciting. Watch out. Dude. It's country roads, man. Tractors always have right of way, man. Let's head on out to our field. I'm pretty sure we can get to it this way. Now I can start learning the western side of the map. So exciting. All right. See you back out at field 80. Alrighty. I think if we go down here, we get to field 56 here. Chuck a right. And we can squeeze through here. Take out another street sign. Who puts a street sign there? The other reason I chose this field 80 out here is because of this water source here. There's water all along the front of these fields. Oh, yeah, damn it. We want to go this way and cut through the reserve. Go right at the fork here, straight through here. Someone needs to build a path here. When I buy this bushland, I'll make a path through this little woodlands. Here we are. Our field. It's not big, but it's beautiful. And so we own the land all the way back to here somewhere. I think back to over the road here. I think it's back to about here somewhere. I guess we can find out. How do we drop the mower down? That's the wrong one. Let's lower the mower. Press B to start it. So there's an invisible barrier there. So that must be the edge of our property. Yeah, there's, okay. And how far, okay, so it's up to there. So if we mow this back section, that's gonna at least let me know. Oh, I wonder as I'm mowing, how do we start the herd quirtler at the back? Can we mow and bale at the same time? Turn on the baler. All right, let's have a look. It looks like it. I'm just trying to identify the borders of our property. There's that invisible wall again. It's so exciting. I'm going to have to learn all about, terraforming and all of that sort of stuff. We pooped out a bale. So I'm thinking at the back of the field here is where we'll put some greenhouses. I mean, I don't think they really need to be near a road or anything. Pooped out a couple of bales already. And so, is this road ours? The road is ours. Yes. All right, so let's just mow all of this stuff. And I guess I'll see you on the backside of this. This is so exciting. I'll see you. I'll see you once we get our first field. Casa de la Crouch sorted out. So I think it goes all the way to the road too. I mean, this is the first thing that you need to do, right, when you buy a new property, is identify the boundaries. Yeah, you mow the boundaries. So I don't think this road is ours. Oh, we own both roads? We own both roads. If we didn't own it, we wouldn't be able to mow it, obviously, as you can see from the messages that appear. I mean, these little grass strips aren't producing, very many bales. Oh, I don't think that we were actually collecting the grass from the road. I don't think we can actually collect this grass that's back here either. It doesn't look like the bale is picking up that grass. You can see on the right hand side where it says grass 71%. Doesn't seem to be collecting everything that's out here. We'll grab whatever we can. Alright. Not exactly the neatest job of mowing, you know, our rear yard. We might come back and have a look at that. But that's at least identified the boundaries of our property. All right, let's do the field proper. It's like letting a child paint a wall. Mr. Duckercorn, how are you? Let's gotta get that mower going again, hey? Yes, sir. No, we're not collecting the grass. Here we go. So it moves much slower when the baler is running, but that's all right. I'd rather we mowed and baled at the same time. Have I sorted out your lane guides? What was the issue I was having with the lane guides? Oh, you're talking about turning the lines on and off, like with a hotkey? No, I haven't found a hotkey for that yet. Have I seen Jeremy Clarkson's farm yet? It's so good. I love Clarkson's farm, man. Clarkson's farm is fucking amazing. Knowing how many times you have to go up and down the field like you did for the fertilizer. Yeah, for the mowing, it's not too bad. For the mowing is fairly straightforward. For all sorts of field work, the lane assist, the GPS guidance is pretty good. For the fertilizer, I just wanted to see, I don't think it made a difference for the fertilizer because you can't adjust the width of the, I don't know why I'm looking at the camera and doing gestures and stuff. Camera's not on. You can't adjust the width of the fertilizer sprayer, so we'll just clean up the front yard. So the front yard here, I guess we could put I mean, we could put greenhouses and stuff in the front yard. Kind of like the idea of the greenhouses being at the back, though. All right, here we go. The field proper. Our first field. It's pretty exciting. I guess we can stop that recording until we get closer in. So this is our first field. Harvesting the grass. We're going to have to collect up all these bales and store them somewhere. How we do that, I don't know. We'll probably just do it by hand. I drive around with the tractor and, collect everything up. Store it all. Because the plan is to get goats. And have the goat farm that I would have had when I was younger if my dad hadn't decided to go to India. To work with IBM, they're setting up the new IT system for India Rail. Could have been a farmer. Should have been a farmer. Will be a farmer. A field of dreams, if you will. Indeed, Mr. Darkacorn. Darkacorn. Really butchered this job, haven't we? I'm so excited. This is sweet. And I just love the slow nature of this gameplay. Actually, let's get our time into real time, 1-to-1. I'm just loving the chill nature of the gameplay. I'm loving the grind. I'm just loving everything about it. When I start getting some animals and we start getting some, facilities that produce stuff, get some greenhouses. Get a sawmill. Get those little things that are going to earn, you know, a monthly revenue for us. Field of Nightmares, more like. No way, man. Love it. So this is a reasonable sized field. I wonder if we can split part of it off for a goat pen. I have no idea how many goats we fit in a goat pen. Not sure. Get that recording back on here. I've got to figure out the best way to process these fields, because normally when I do contracts, I'll cut all the corners and everything. But in this case, we're trying to collect all of the grass, so we really want to make sure that, you know, we're getting everything we can. But I was just saying, this is a nice, reasonable sized field to start with. I don't know how big a goat pen is, nor how many goats fit in that goat pen, but we might be able to use part of this field for, you know, a goat pen. Maybe several goat pens. After all, the purpose of this field isn't to make money from the grass. Excuse me, grass isn't really worth a great deal of money unless we can wrap it and produce silage. But you know, for that we'll obviously need a baler. And I think the square baler is like 60 grand or something like that. And then I'm not sure. Well, that's not on the cards at the moment. We might explore that as that becomes a situation. But in the meantime, the priority for me right now is just to get the field processed. I guess we could just leave all the straw, the grass here, or I don't know. Mow the grass, figure out how to collect the bales, because I might need to do this by hand. Because obviously there may be a machine, I don't know. I don't know how much it is. I've seen other people with the round bales have like these machines that drive around and pick up the round bales, but as for these square ones, no idea. I think we just mowed up a bale. Oh no, there it is. Kind of getting in the way, aren't they? I'm curious, is this a legit mowing pattern or are you just crazy? No, I'm following the guides. Like right now, it's on a GPS track until it gets to the end of this row. And because I'm collecting all the grass in the baler behind, I need to drive over the grass that I've mowed, so I can't just cut the corners because the baler won't be able to get that grass. So we swing out, and then, you know, wait until it goes over, then we do this sort of circle. Come back along. Let it grab that stuff. We'll do the circle, but this one will swing wide because we've got a couple of bales in the way. And then come back over this one. Now we can probably start going. Ah, so we've missed a bit. That's alright, we can come back past afterwards. This is sweet. Our first field. Now I think we're going to have to fertilize this field and all that sort of stuff. We need to take care of it. I know that you can get grass rollers and your favorite type of bale is Christian. All right, we got this run and then the last one and we're finished. The game suggests you do the edges and work inwards. Yeah, the outside rows are called headlands. And so you mow according to the type of equipment that you're pulling and its turning radius, a certain number of headlands around the outside. And then once, I'm not mowing the exact pattern that you normally would because I've got bales everywhere, but you normally mow the headlands first. And then once you've done the headlands, this full lock here, and by the time you come back around straight, you'll be 2 rows over. And so then you'll mow 1 row all the way to the end, do a full lock turn on the headlands that you've already mowed, and then you'll skip a row and mow the next one. And so you'll go down, up, you'll go down the field, up the field, down the field, up the field, until you reach the opposite end of the field. Then you'll do another full lock, and then you'll come back and mow all the ones that you skipped as part of that pattern. But yeah, if you see this pattern here, we're not on the field that we own, so I can't show you, but no, I'm not skipping rows, no. Right, let's eject all the bales. Let's get rid of those extra bales. I'm pretty sure it's Y, right, to eject the bales. Why doth you not work? How do I empty the bales? Turn off the baler. There we go. Unload the baler. Got to turn it off first. There we go. We've still got a little bit of grass in the baler. I wonder if we can... let's select the right piece of equipment. If we can collect some of the grass that we missed up here to finish off at least one more bale. Turn on the baler. We'll try and scoot around and collect whatever grass we can. Maybe we could have equipment storage at the back here. Greenhouse is at the front. Equipment storage at the back. I wonder if we can sort out this scrubland. Or if we need some sort of equipment to do that. I don't think we're going to get enough grass to squeeze out another bale. There's that invisible border. Oh, so close. 82%. I don't think there's anything down the front. No. Alright, so I guess we can unhook stuff here. We can leave some stuff at our property instead of having everything over at Dave's place. He's been very accommodating, Dave has. Alright, let's pop this here too. It's pretty exciting. Now we need to figure out what we do about these bales. Let's see if I can. I'm pretty sure I should be able to pick these up, yeah? Yeah, okay. So we need to get the trailer. This could be a process, right? Get the trailer and just drive around and collect up all these bales. But this is pretty exciting. Let's see what the field says. Harvested, fertilized 50%. So we want to fertilize this field. Right. I'm going to head over to Dave's. We're going to collect the rest of our gear. Bring it over to our own farm. Can I rotate this somehow? Oh, we can chuck it around. Right, so I'll head over to Dave's, pick up all of our stuff, bring it back here. We'll clear up this field, fertilize it, and then begins the process, I suppose, of contracts, buy some stuff for the property. Contracts, buy some stuff for the property. That's pretty exciting. I'm not sure how I feel about, collecting up all these bales, but, we've got a small farm. It's just us. It's going to take some time. It's going to take some effort. But, we're here. We're doing it. We're doing it. Mr. Acidic Comet, how are you, my friend? Welcome. Welcome. I'm so excited. We got our first field. We bought our first field. And I keep on trying to use stuff. It isn't, keybinds. I'm very good. Thanks, mate. I'm very good. We got our first field. Let me stop that recording. Try and keep things manageable. We've got our first field. Just run around real quick. Actually, I guess this would be a nice time lapse, hey? Let's go over and pick up our stuff. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. We've got our first field for our goat farm. Whoa, that little gutter almost caused a catastrophe. So I'm very good. I'm excited, man. Aside from that little shortcut through the woodlands, our field is not that far out of town. It's just the beginning. It's just the beginning. Day 3, 3rd month, and we've got ourselves our first field. Now we need to start doing contracts so we can start populating it. Now let's have a look at the keybinds here. Put this on for the time lapse of us collecting our stuff. Damn it. Damn it. I've done that too many times. I totally forgot that as soon as you put that fertilizer pallet over the top of this trailer, it tips the bloody fertilizer into the trailer. Oh man. Not again. Not again. Alright, we'll sort this issue out. I guess we can just carry the pallet of fertilizer to the property on the Forks. What's going on here? We may need to reset the trailer. Amazing. I don't know if I can get the claw out of there now, though. Yeah, okay. Classic. Classic. Right, so to reset stuff, at least we're here at the shop. We go to the map. This is amazing. Click on the trailer and reset it. Amazing. Good job, Crouch. Good job. All right. Gonna collect up all this stuff, take it over to the farm. You can dump on your land. How? I guess we could have tried that, hey? Too late now, though. Too late now. We just need to get out of here. Dave's been very kind, and he's sort of getting a bit fed up. The unload here keybind. So if I have a pile of fertilizer on the ground there, can I drive my fertilizer up to it and like refill off the ground? Or, you know, I need that bucket, right? I need a bucket to tip it in, yeah? Wonder if that'll stay in there. I guess if we strap it down, we'll see what happens. Right, we're off. So we'll relocate. It's only 8:30 in the morning. We've got a nice full day ahead of us to do contracts. To be able to, afford a greenhouse. I think the first things is a greenhouse. A water tank. Because we're going to need the water tank for the goat pen and the greenhouse. So we need a water tank. We need a greenhouse and a water tank. I think that's next. Wish there was a little road through here. Okay. Situation, hey? I'll figure out what to do about that log hook shortly. The other bits of equipment, so we've got the cultivator and the weeder still back at Dave's place. But I want to have a go at clearing up this field, and then we can grab that other stuff as we need it for different sorts of contracts. Let's just check what's available. Got some cultivating contracts, and maybe we'll do these cultivating contracts and then bring the cultivator back here. No weeding contracts or anything. Another wood transport just up the road, lovely, and going up to the carpentry store, the carpentry workshop. Beautiful. I think we'll do that one. Deadwood's out on the other side of town. Well, not really. It's sort of down the road from us. Field 95. Oh, yeah. It's on the eastern side, yeah? Where is it? Yeah, over here. There's our own little block of land. I'm so excited. This is great. All right, I'm going to clear up our field. We've got quite a number of hours to accept these contracts, so I want to clear up our field, and then yeah, we'll look at some contracts after that. This is not too painful. All right, let's get the whole field done. There's no ability to extend stuff or push stuff. I guess we need to use something else to push things over. Yeah. Yeah, I could quite happily spend hours doing this. I played for so long yesterday. We had that mammoth 7-hour stream that didn't even feel like a 7-hour stream. And then during the day I played for hours and hours and hours. Not because things in the game take a long time to do, like Star Citizen, but because there's just lots of things to do and it's fun. I actually feel like I'm doing things. All right, there's our backlot sorted out. Maybe the backlot would be a good place for the greenhouses. There's room back here. I'm assuming I'm going to have to take all of this out by hand because this trailer doesn't have a tip function on it. Still pressing Star Citizen keybinds. I think these grass bales are 62 bucks each. But if you ferment it into silage, it becomes much, much more valuable. But for that, we need a bale wrapper. Which I think for the square baler is like 60 grand. It's a lot. It would be a nice source of income, but I guess, you know, we can look at that when we get to that point, maybe when we've got funds available for it, or, you know, we decide that we want this field to be productive. When we get the goat pens and stuff, and I figure out how much land is occupied by the goats and what they actually need, then I guess we can sort that out. But in the meantime, just get the field cleared, get it fertilized, get it growing again for the next harvest. Because again, I don't know how long it's going to take to get goats and all that sort of stuff organized. I want to get the greenhouses first because they're only 9 grand for the small greenhouse, and that will immediately start producing some stuff. Today's a perfect day for this because it's pouring with rain out there. Stop it. What's going on? Oh, amazing. Oh, dear me. We had it stacked so nicely. They're falling off the other side now too. All right, give up. I'm not going to sell the bales, Comet. They're not going to really be worth very much. And I want to start keeping them for the... I was going to say the fucking dinosaurs. For the goats. Just in case, you know, I do end up getting a bale wrapper. I will only sell them if I can wrap them into silage. Otherwise, they're like $62 a bale or something. It's not really worth selling. I would like a way to be able to stack these neatly, but there doesn't seem to be any rotate or anything like that. Drop object, throw object, switch hand tool, toggle hand tool. Yeah. Yeah, so without some sort of ability to be able to rotate this stuff, like sometimes he just throws it randomly, sometimes he just drops it. Handling things manually doesn't seem to be something that has been given too many tools to deal with. So we're just gonna have to have this big pile here on the ground. See, like sometimes like that where you just turn to the side and he just chucks it. I think maybe because it's taking it off the trailer, right? And he just wants to chuck it off the trailer. See, like that. What a mess. Oh, good Lord. If anyone knows how to properly stack the bales, if there's like some ability to, you know, pick something up and then rotate it or spin it around, or am I just going to have piles of bales? I can't actually, you know, sort them out neatly. Well, let me know. Let me know. And we've got bales on this side too. Because it would be... Hello. It would be nice to have a neat pile of bales. But I can't figure out how to make it happen without rotating and stacking tools and all that sort of stuff. So we create a heap. There's a button to cycle to different menus on the tooltips on a controller. Switch hand tool, toggle hand tool. Let's have a look when we pick up the next set of bales. Middle mouse click. So I might need to build like a bale pen or something to make it a bit easier, because when I've got something to push them up against, it sort of works okay. There's no ability to be able to push things over though. But thank you, Comet. Oh, sometimes he just randomly chucks things around. And that strap doesn't make me excited. All right. This is proper small farm life stuff, isn't it? Manually picking up bales and throwing them into a back of a trailer, and we're not a big production farm here. Not yet. It's still a little fiddly. It's still a little fiddly. So trying to create a massive stack of these would be difficult, I reckon. Hello. I want to know how he does that huge heave. Like sometimes just randomly chucks a bale. How does that happen? I want to know. But this is pretty sweet. I'm enjoying this. Like I said before, you know, it's not massively exciting stream content, or at least for me. But it's a very pleasant activity to do. All right, almost got the whole field cleaned up. It would be nice if you could put the tailgate up from outside the vehicle. Okay, so it kind of makes a difference about how far away you pick something up. It depends on how far you can push it. Gotcha. Okay, so if I want to reach something all the way across to the other side, I just need to grab it from further away. Did anyone count how many bales that was? Oh boy. All right, none of this is for production purposes, so to speak. It's all just here for feed for the soon-to-be one day goat herd. Bit of an effort. Bit of an effort. Well, that was certainly a task. But that's that done. We need to fertilize the field. To do that, I want to... How do I get the log hook back upright? Is it something I'm going to have to reset, or do you reckon we can just ram it to knock it about a bit? Oh, I think that's done it. Yeah, alright, sweet. I guess I could store like equipment and stuff on the other side of the road where I don't really need to be too concerned about, you know, things being lost in the grass. Because I can't mow that side of the road. How much fertilizer are we going to have? Let's fertilize the field. Are we going to be able to hook up to this thing? That's the question. Or do we need to somehow write this? Okay. Can I manhandle this thing? Or is it too heavy? It's got 227 litres of fertilizer in it. It's taken 3% damage. It's about to take a whole bunch more. Keep pushing forward on the right stick because I'm slightly frustrated. Yes, we did it. And which keeps pushing the forks into the ground. All right. The Field of Dreams. Somebody in chat said the Field of Nightmares. Yes! Alright, let's get this field fertilized. And then go do some cultivating contracts and start earning money to organize ourselves. Some buildings, some greenhouses, some goats. Let's grab our fertilizer. I'm excited. As Big Kev would say, I'm excited. Yeah, that pallet looks like it's safely on those forks. Alright, we got heaps of fertilizer. Shouldn't have any issues here. Let's see what the layout of our field looks like. Alright, a headland and a strip down the middle. Can we make it a little neater? There we go. One headland. It says 2 headlands. Am I going around the outside? I'm just going to do the white line and then the strip down the middle. That was for our AI worker. This is for us. Yeah, there we go. One headland. Let's put the lines on. Why do we not see any lines? Show lines. Okay. Hey! All right, we're in the money. Let's get it done. G'day dogs, how are you, mate? It's a PC version of Claxon's Farm by the looks. Indeed, a bit of Farm Simulator 2025. I'm absolutely loving it, mate. Absolutely loving it. I've been playing heaps. Well, not heaps. We got 14 and a half hours on this save when we first started. And I've never played Farm Simulator before. My first time. And I'm loving it. We're filming for our new channel, Crouch's Farm. There we go. That's the field fertilized. What does it say? 100% fertilized, harvested. So, actually, I probably should have checked to see. There's a calendar here, right? For grass. Okay, so yellow, or this green one, is planting season. I don't think I need to plant it, right? It's already planted with the grass. It'll just grow, right? I don't need to reseed this or do anything. We just fertilize it, check on it, and just let it grow. And eventually we'll be able to harvest again. We can harvest all year round, which is great. So I guess we just need to wait for it to grow. I don't know how long that takes. I've heard people say, and someone said in chat in the last stream, that you can harvest it 3 times a year. So I'm assuming it takes 4 months to grow. So we'll be able to harvest again in January, maybe February. In the meantime, we've got 3,155 cashback dollary dues to be able to afford anything. I want to get a greenhouse, right? We want greenhouses. Greenhouses. Let's have a look at vehicles, right? Because I know I'm going to need some sort of water container. Whoa, a bit glitchy. Barrels. transport tanks, transport liquids. So this is 2,080 litres. So we're going to need one of these, right, to keep our greenhouses watered and our animals watered. So that's going to cost 6 grand. So we need 6 grand. Now there's buildings, right? So construction, fences, lights, others, decoration, sculpting. Lights would be cool, but I guess we need power for lights, right? Barns. A small shed, hey? Small shed would be cool. What do we put in a small shed? We can start building things. This is sick. All right, we need greenhouses. Where are greenhouses? Cows. Sheds. Okay, that's okay. There's sheds, literally sheds. Silos. Don't need silos. We don't need silo extensions. Containers, tools. Oh, a pressure washer. We want a pressure washer. A weather station. Weighing stations. Farmhouses. I know I saw them the other day when I was looking. Where the hell are they? Factories. Okay, factories would be cool, but that's a long way in the future, ladies and gentlemen. Selling points. Here we go. Greenhouses. Okay, so small tarp greenhouse is 9 grand. Okay, so that's a small greenhouse. Advanced controls. Rotate. Okay, so not enough money. Okay, so we could fit some greenhouses at the front of our field. All right, we need to do some contracts. So we need 9 grand per greenhouse and 6 grand for a water tank. And there's a water source directly across the road from us where I think we can fill up our water source, or at least I've seen other people in their videos backing up their little water tank into their little ponds and stuff to refill their water. As comment in the chat says, water costs money, so be sure to account for that. So do I have to pay for water that's coming out of that water source, do I? That's okay. We can account for that. Right, let's look at our contracts, figure out what we've got available. I think we're going to do all of these cultivating contracts. Look at this field. That's going to take ages. 52. That's why it's worth 5 grand. Let's do all these cultivating contracts. I think we want to aim for the water tank and the greenhouse, because then those can just start passively producing some produce for us to take to market. Whoops. Amazing. That was amazing. Broken. Needs to be reset. Legendary. Oh, legendary. Map. So, do I need to reset the forks and everything? Yeah, it looks like it. All right, so everything's going to be back at Dave's place. How do I get to Dave's place? Can I just teleport to Dave's place? Visit. Oh, sick. No way. I've been running all over the map. I didn't know that you could like visit a place. I think when we ran out of fuel recently, I ran all the way back here. Yes, it's so cool. All right, folks, we all know the deal by now. 3 cultivating contracts. I'm going to chill out as we go and get these contracts done. I'm just driving off to nowhere. Yeah, I suppose I should check the map. All right, let's get them done. If you can get it in the river, it'll be free. Okay, sweet. So we've got that river right next to us. Let's take out that street sign. That didn't need to be there. Whoever thought that was a good idea, putting a street sign right there? Nonsense talk. Let's kill that recording. Cycle the size of the mini-map. Yeah, it goes to 3 different sizes, which is quite nice. Now, I wish I had a cruise control. But I don't think this van has it in it. This tractor has it in it. I might need to set up a macro or get Atreyu involved in this situation. Where is Atreyu? Let me get Atreyu involved in this situation. Atreyu? Atreyu.
Standing by to assist you, Commander.
Move forward. All right. That's that. This is a huge field. Yeah, so I think the plan is to, we do a bunch of contracts, buy a water tank, and at least 1 greenhouse. That's going to cost me, 15 grand. We have 3 grand already, so we need to earn 12 grand to be able to start putting some stuff on our land. But we're at the start now where we can start. We've got our own property. We can actually start doing some stuff. It's getting exciting now. Well, it's always been exciting. we can do that wood transport contract. That will give us another, what was it, 4.5 grand or something? All vehicles have cruise control. I can't get it to work. Apparently the cruise control button is C or something. Is he indicating? Are there indicators on this thing? Advanced controls. Oh, that's for the roll. That's for the Herge Quertler. That's for the thing at the front. Yeah, I saw there was a keybind for cruise control in the options, but I can never get it to work. This cultivator does 3 headlands, right? And then we can do our rows. Comet, you said you've got like 3,000 hours or something in this game? That's huge, man. That's huge. Any number of thousands is huge. It's crazy. Stop. Oh, the bloody forks are down. You've got so many hours you get bored of it. I guess once you've done everything, I suppose. That's why I like these sort of start from nothing sort of gameplay. Because you spend a lot of time in purgatory. Just, making, just getting things going. Let's have a look what this cruise control option is. Because I saw it here. So, increase cruise control, decrease cruise control. 1 and 2, okay. Where is activate cruise control? Change direction. Toggle cruise control is 3. Okay, so if I set 3, what the hell? Why did that never work before? Incredible. Well, we can get rid of a tray. Let's just listen to everything I'm saying. Never understanding anything. Yeah, I guess once you've played through the base game a lot and then, you start exploring all the mods and... But for me, it's all brand new. And yes, while this field is going to take 15 minutes to do, maybe 20, it's just so chill. So chill. And I suppose once you get to the point where you're producing things, you've got to keep an eye on all of that. Making sure things are watered, fed. Sawmills have timber. And that's the extent of my knowledge so far. Done all the various challenges you can think of. Start from zero, start with millions. I've used all the mods I could, done all the factories and all the animals hundreds of times. Yeah, amazing. Oh, YouTube's complaining. It's not getting enough data. I wonder why that be the case. Twitch is also having a small problem. Maybe something's going on with my internet connection. What do we do while we're just cruising up and down these roads, right? Listen to some... What? I've got country music playing on the Epidemic Sound, which I thought was appropriate, given, you know, the game that we're playing out here in rural Europe. There's 2 other maps that come with the base game. I think one's called Zalonda, and the other one is Riverbend Springs, which I loaded into just the other day, and it gave me very Australian vibes. It's probably supposed to be, you know, Americana, but aside from the yellow lines on the road, it looked very Australian to me. But we have white lines on our roads. So I'm assuming in America they have yellow lines on their roads. Not sure. Alright, that's all our headlands done. Now we can start doing our rows. Massive field, this one, 52. Yeah, so I've got thousands of hours of gameplay ahead of me, where I get to, you know, play with and build all these different sorts of things. I was briefly for a little while thinking maybe I should start another save where I can just play the game. But then I thought, nah, I'm just going to keep burning through this challenge. Because, I enjoy the grind. You know, when games are too easy or you can do too much and it's, you know, it's not really a challenge, then that's when I get bored. Which is why I've been writing my own custom, role-playing rule set for Star Citizen, is to make the game more challenging and more interesting and, for me, more rewarding. God, I'm glad this bloody cruise control is working. It's so much easier. But we'll get eventually to the point. How do I turn that indicator off? It's kind of driving me nuts. Oh, we haven't done all the headlands yet. There we go. That'll do. So, water tank, a greenhouse, need to figure out how much the goats are going to cost us. It's 14 grand for the pen. We've got water nearby. We've got not a bad time to have a discussion. So as we go up and down this field, water tank, greenhouse. That's what we're aiming for this month. And then next month, or the next target, whether it be next month or the month after, goats. So we need a goat pen. We've got straw or grass. We've got water, which are the two things that they need. So 14,000 for a goat pen, and the goats themselves. I think a baby goat was $200, and an adult goat was $777. Now, I didn't see anything. Animals. No, I don't own any yet. Maybe it's in the shop. Animal dealer, yeah. No. We want to go to constructions. Greenhouse, animals. Better make sure we don't run off the field. 19. So we can fit 19 goats in this pen. So if we start with one pen with 19 goats, again, the objective is to get goat's milk. It would be sick if there's like a ice cream factory or something that you can set up. One of my friends who I went to school with when I was a kid, his parents had a ice creamery, an ice cream company, and they made ice cream from goat's milk. So it'd be cool if I could have a factory that produced, all the derivatives of, goat cheese, goat milk powder, goat milk ice cream. I'm sure there's some sort of mod or something, right? Maybe when I get to that point and I've put a little bit of time into this game, into this save, I can have a look and see if there's a mod there that can give us some of those things. But for now, we'll just keep burning through these contracts. This field is massive and it's taking ages, but it is what it is. Burn through these, get a greenhouse and a water tank, and get that producing some stuff, and then start planning out. I need to write some stuff down and make some notes so I've got an idea of a target, and then we go from there. Maybe get a mix of adult goats that can already start producing both milk and more offspring. And then a whole bunch of baby goats because they're much, much cheaper. But I can get 3.5 baby goats per adult. And if I can fit 18 goats in a paddock, maybe we look at having 8 adult goats and 10 babies. But we'll keep burning through these contracts and then we'll come back.
I'm receiving an alert from the Stream Snack Support Fund, sir.
Legendary Team Nomad has contributed $5 to the Stream Snack Support Fund. Thanks for the Tim Tams. That is a weird looking nomad.
Oh yeah, my mic's muted. My daughter was in here having a bit of a chat. Dutchman, my friend, all of that again. How are you, my friend? Thank you so much. Appreciate your contributions to the Stream Snack Support Fund. Your support for so long has been absolutely legendary. I was asking how the Shield Maiden is. I was asking how the Little Viking is. I hope you guys are all well. Yes, very strange looking nomad. I'm thoroughly enjoying Farm Simulator 25 at the moment. And I've set up a new channel, Crouch's Farm, on YouTube. First episode went up this morning, which I edited out of the stream. 7-hour stream. This is going to be another huge one. I can't believe it's been 3 hours already. I can see myself putting, at least 30, 40 hours a week into this game. Just come home from work and log on and play, record footage, put it in the archive to edit. And as I get used to the process, like we're not recording anything right now, there's no point. We've got these contracts. Once we do these, we'll put a recording back on and come back. And so as I continue to play more and film more, my recording process will be streamlined. That makes the edits for the City Slicker to Farmer series that we're running now, filming here and showing over on Crouch's Farm on YouTube. Easy. But yeah, right now, I'm just enjoying this, man. I'm just enjoying this. For a long time now, for 15 years, I've wanted to move out into the country and, have 20, 30 acres. We were very close when Charlotte was much younger. And Kim was thinking maybe she'd like to move back to Adelaide. We're both originally from Adelaide in South Australia, where her parents are, where her brothers are. My family's all over the place. So, when Charlotte was young, she was like, it'd be nice to move back to Adelaide. My parents are there. My parents are very old. My mum, who recently passed away, lives in London. My dad is in his mid-80s, early to mid-80s. Kim's parents are in their, late 60s. And so much more capable of looking after Charlotte. I remember once we had Papa come and look after Charlotte while Kim and I went to the movies. And we came home and Papa, they were upstairs. Papa was asleep on the couch and Charlotte was sitting there. She must have been 3, I reckon, as she was sitting there. There was popcorn and stuff all over the couch and floor, and she was there watching TV, eating ice cream out of a bucket, and my dad's asleep on the couch. So we came very close to, buying a 110-acre property in the Adelaide Hills. Beautiful region. Keep a few animals. I wanted to grow hops there. I was really into brewing at that stage. And I thought, the Adelaide Hills, beautiful climate, and grow hops, have a little microbrewery. So, but that never happened. But I'm thoroughly enjoying this. So I do see in the future I will move, you know, maybe an hour out of Melbourne, 15, 20 acres. Maybe once Charlotte's out of school. You're doing good, Dutch. Soldier Shield Maiden, and little Erica's doing great. Is getting huge. Condolences for my mum. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. She was, you know, very ill. Contract complete. Yeah, she was very unwell, so went to the UK, we all did. Mrs. Crouch and the Ninja. Went there for a week to hang out with my family. My mum had lived with my sister there for the last 15 years. And spent a week with those guys. We had a lovely ceremony for mum in the garden there. And just chilled out. Charlotte and I went to Harry Potter studio tour. Freaking hell, man, that was so expensive. But I wouldn't have not gone. Charlotte and I are huge Harry Potter fans. And yeah, it was great. Let me time lapse a little bit of this. And yeah. And here we are. A little bit of Farm Simulator. There goes another sign. Oh, that's the forks. I should get rid of them. I don't know why I've got them on. I keep pushing forward on the stick, which lowers the forks. Especially if I'm doing these cultivating contracts. We really don't need the forks on there. We went there as well. The Harry Potter studio tour is amazing. It was so good. They had the Goblet of Fire experience. And also they had some live actors there all dressed up like the girls from Boybatons and the gentlemen from, what are they called? The Herjquirtlers. Enough of that. We'll come back to that later on. Yeah, I've got to get used to just recording little bits and then string it all together. That way, you know, I can just take all the clips, put them into Premiere, and make the edit much easier rather than having to scrub through, you know, 3.5 hours of footage. It's just a matter of remembering to, you know, put the record on. So whenever my face isn't on the screen, is when we're doing time-lapse sort of stuff. Butchered this corner. And if my face is on screen, I'm either talking to the video or talking with chat. Alrighty, mate, I do want to keep watching, but it's 5 in the morning here. I should get some sleep. Buddy, have a good one, man. Appreciate you, mate. Thanks for dropping in, throwing $5 into the kitty. Your support has been legendary, mate. Have a wonderful rest, man. Hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend. We'll see you next time. Either here or maybe in some Star Citizen. I appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, so if I get used to just recording the first bit of a field, maybe a little bit of the middle of it, certainly the end of it and the drive to the next contract, then I'm really enjoying Syrup's channel on YouTube. You know, he's obviously, been doing it now for a while, but like I did, refined his style and, his sequence for filming and stuff over the first couple of episodes, and now they're super fun. Making a mess of this field. It's alright. We don't need to do every single square inch to get 100% completion on the contract. A little bit more for the time lapse, eh? That way we can have a nice, interesting edit. Pop a couple of different camera angles in. We want at least, 10 or 15 seconds at each angle. Makes things look interesting. Couple of minutes inside the cab. Keep things fresh, and I'll figure that out as I go through, what views work nicely, what views don't work nicely, how much of each field I should capture as a time lapse. That's about enough of that. To make things interesting. So we're 95% on this contract. So we'll put the time lapse back on, finish these last couple of seconds, and move on to the next field. So we'll include all of this time lapse into the video. It's been quite nice, actually. I've produced hundreds of videos on YouTube over different sorts of channels, and I've never done any for Star Citizen or Crouch After Dark. and I spoke about this yesterday because I haven't really felt it. But it was quite nice this morning to sit down and edit together, the video that went up, episode 1, over on Croucher's Farm. And so I'm really excited about, figuring out my style, which will happen as I continue to edit and film and... So that's really all we need. We can stop that. Just the drive between contracts. Drop the tool, start the field. Get a little bit during the field. And that's that. And then, our rambles about our discussions about what we're doing with the farm and all that sort of stuff. What contracts to look at next. Simple, simple, simple. And I'm not sure how many different sorts of activities I want to do in terms of different crops and fields and all that sort of stuff, or animals. That might evolve as I hit each of those goals. Like, for example, right now it's just let's get a nice size goat operation running. And I'm assuming at the moment all we can really sell is goat's milk. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. That's going to be part of the discovery. And then we'll take it from there and, what do we do now? Do we introduce more animals? Do we look at different field types? As our income grows, and we get access to, more expensive equipment. No idea. It's all up in the air. But I appreciate people hanging out with me. From the beginning. Always been a Star Citizen channel. So I appreciate the new people who have popped in to see this content. Oh, the forks went down again. We've got to get rid of these forks, man. There's no need for them to be on here when we're doing this sort of activity. This is driving me crazy. I think one of my biggest problems I'm going to have at the moment is I'm just so keen to just burn through this game and play that keeping up with the episodes on Croucher's Farm is going to be my biggest challenge, which is why at the moment, and I spent so long today talking about it, is I really want to refine my process for recording the footage, because otherwise it's going to take a long time to edit things, and I'll just stop, But I'm enjoying a couple of other people's, various challenges, including, Syrup's, very similar, start with nothing gameplay. He's played this game for years. So he knows, I'll do this, I'll do that. This is the best thing to start making money, and then I'll transition to this. And, I don't, right? I'm just like, well, let's just do this and see what happens. And then I'm watching another guy's playthrough where he's building like a forestry industry. I can't remember the name of his channel. That probably goes to show, how, much more I'm enjoying Syrup's content. And the fact that his name is very simple. It's just Syrup. This other guy's got some name and then a bunch of initials. SWC. I don't know what the channel is about, I mean, it's about farming sim, but yeah. So I'm enjoying other people's playthroughs, and not having produced content or videos for YouTube for a long time. It's quite nice. It's quite nice to sit down and put an edit together. Let's get a couple more moments for this finishing stages of this field. So we're at the finishing stages of the last field. We'll check our contracts, we'll cash everything in, we'll see how much cash buck dollary dues we have. Maybe do a wood transport contract. We'll see what's available. There we go, that's the last of it. Let's just pull off and have a look at our contracts, check our cash buck dollary dues, check our bank account. Contracts, 1,328, 5,126. That was the huge field, the first one. Excuse me, that took a long time. 1,584. So 11 grand. So we've got enough now for a greenhouse. What did I say we needed? 15 grand? Because we need the greenhouse and at least a water truck. I guess we can get the greenhouse and get it going. But how we fill the we need the water tank. We need the water tank. Let's have a look and see what's available. Deadwood, 95. Where's 108? It's down the bottom here, isn't it? Yeah, so southeast. It would be nice to be able to do these Deadwood contracts and collect the wood and stockpile it, so to speak, but I don't think that's possible. We've got a couple of fertilizing contracts. And then wood transport. It's a bummer not being able to do any of these harvesting, but that's a long way away, being able to afford a combine to be able to harvest people's fields. And there's different harvesters and stuff, different combines for different crops. I don't know any of that yet. So I guess the Deadwood we can do. these two little fertilizing contracts, actually this one's quite close to us. Let's do that. Where's the other one? I think it was north, right? Yeah, all the way north. And we'll do this wood transport. I enjoy those. Oh, it's another local one from us. All right, so we'll do that one. Lovely. All right, so I guess we'll do the two. We'll do the deadwood first, because that we can do, I guess, on the way. We're all the way north. We do have the cultivator with us. So I guess we can head all the way out, come down here, swing back through, drop the cultivator off, pick up the fertilizer, do that field, drop that off, pick up our wood transport stuff and go and do that contract. Let's do that. So that's the plan. That's the plan. Let's get that done. And then I think we might need to pick up another, 1 or 2 contracts. And then we should have everything that we need to be able to grab our first greenhouse and our water truck. Quick time lapse of the drive in there. I really enjoy those wood transport contracts, especially sitting in the cab. I've got to have a look about setting up my Toby. I have used it before, but it's so sensitive and it doesn't have any options, sadly, to be able to switch off, whether you want eye tracking or head tracking. How much sensitivity do you want on the eye tracking versus head tracking? It doesn't really have any of those options. It's either on or off with a sensitivity, sort of overall sensitivity adjustment. So it's not fantastic, but it would be nice to have it in the cab. There's just, unfortunately, no way to turn it on and off in-game. You have to go back to the menu and turn it on. So if I just want to have it on while I'm in the cab, that's not really possible. You know what I keep forgetting is that I need more screenshots. Is there a screenshot mode? Let's have a quick look in the options. Settings, controls, player movement. I think there's a game section at the bottom right. Game, camera. Camera, select camera, okay. Vehicle lights. Okay, so that's our turn signals, left and right. Keypad 1 and 3, hazard lights. Okay, so first thing we can do is turn that turn signal off. God, it'd be nice to have the wheel with the indicators and stuff and get fully immersed in it. A button. What I'm looking for is a button to hide the HUD, so I can get better screenshots. Camera. Okay, here we go. Game. Move cursor. Pause game. Skip message box. Open menu. Shop. Map. I keep pressing. I want to open the map with M. Release winch ropes. Okay, I'm not going to worry about winches at the moment. Toggle map view. Continue. Skip help. Select save screenshot. Toggle help test. Increase timescale. Decrease. I'll reset head tracking. I'll reset head tracking. But that doesn't toggle my head tracking. Crane. Front loader. Maybe we might need to get our first mod, right? To hide the HUD. Camera zoom in and out. Vehicle. Player interactive. Because I know we can turn the mini map off, but otherwise, you know, any screenshots, I'm going to have to crop out. All the other stuff, which reduces the real estate. Back to the time lapse. Slash, how are you, my friend? We're starting a goat farm. We're starting a goat farm. Watch out, people. Heavy machinery coming through. We'll time lapse this whole. Let's put our hazards on. We'll time lapse this whole bit. If I could figure out a way in OBS to have my camera on a different layer or something, it's recorded separately from the gameplay, then I could just leave my camera on and turn it, you know, on and off in Premiere when I do my edit. That'd be much nicer. You're very tired and hungover, Slash? Did you have a big night out, or were you just sinking beers at home? Speaking of sinking beers, it's bloody Sunday, man. It's piss pouring with rain out there. I'm not going anywhere. I should sink a couple of brews while I operate heavy machinery. You had quite a lot yesterday. It was your birthday. Well, happy birthday, young man. Alright, so now we'll jump back in the cab, drive off. That'll finish our time lapse. And we'll arrive at the next contract. That's that. Turn that off. Just little bits of recording, otherwise it's overwhelming. Overwhelming for the old Crouchy. Alright, so when we get to this point in the Eastern Highway, we want to swing a right here. Get out of the way, dude. And then take the first left in that field. That'll run us all the way down to the western side of town. And then we want to... Yeah, there's no way across those little lakes there, unfortunately. We've missed our turn too. There it is. This playlist on Epidemic Sound fits this game so nicely. Love it. So do we go left here? No, we go straight through, straight on till morning. Until we can't go any further. And then we'll just drive straight across the paddock. Straight across the creek. Not into it like we did before. Actually, we could swing a right, I suppose. Then at the buildings, take the little left-hand side. Cool. Slowly learning my way around. I mean, it's not a huge town, but just to start with, learning my way from north, south, east, and west, and then I'd like to learn all the different fields. We're all young, Slash, aren't we, mate? We're all young. Until we're not. And we don't want to drive into this freaking lake again. Here we are. Home! Home! Gonna have to build some sheds for all of our stuff. 179 litres should be enough for this little field. I forgot to put the camera on again.
I apologize for interrupting, Commander. YouTube is broadcasting a subscriber alert.
Thank you, Big John Farms, for subscribing.
Let's go,
on
Big
YouTube.
John.
Welcome to After Dark.
May not be watching live, but I appreciate you subscribing, mate. Here we go. All right. It's my favorite type of contract coming up. Let's get the camera back on. Lovely. So we'll cash in these 2 contracts. Then we've got my favorite type of contract that I enjoy doing at the moment, which is the wood transport contracts. We've got one just down the road. Let's drop that off. We need to change our forks. Let's drop these here. It's like a reasonable place to drop these. We don't have a huge equipment yard here out the front. Maybe it does make sense to put our greenhouses up the back of this field so that we can keep all of our equipment here at the front, rather than having to constantly drive down the back to, pick up our equipment. And I'll put those forks in absolute the most worst position possible. Of course I did. Can we get this trailer out? Oh, why crouch? Why? All right. We need better management of our equipment. I wish I could mow this other side of the road and use that space. Oh, I guess I can store all the big equipment over there. I think I mentioned that before, that anything small I can store on our side. But anything bigger, like the trailer, the cultivator, the mower, the baler, we can store on the other side. Things that aren't going to easily get lost in, the grass. All right, let's quickly check our contracts before we head up and finish this last one. Right. So that little fertilizing contract is done. Cutting down the deadwood is done. All right, so we've got another one of these, which is just up the road. Beautiful. A couple of cultivating contracts. Lovely, those will be good. All right, let's accept both of these contracts. And then I think we should be able to afford our greenhouse and a water tank. Let's go. Let's go. Right. Big John Farms, hey? I've been finding more and more channels on YouTube and stuff that I enjoy watching. Sounds like Big John Farms. And if I want to keep doing these wood transport contracts, which I really enjoy, I'm going to need a proper trailer. Looks like we've got a reasonable number of logs here. Whoa! A little closer to that pile than I was expecting to be. Wow, it's a bit of a spinny log, this one. Why are you causing me these dramas? Look at him go. I was about to tell you good job, but then you dropped a log. Oh no! I'm getting better. I really do enjoy these contracts. I'm butchering this one a little bit. But we're getting there. It's a work trailer. Can get dented. Whoa. Got to turn cruise control off. That was a bummer. I do really enjoy doing this from the cab. You know, I'm slowly getting better at it. You know, knowing the position of the forks and, you know, where they need to be is just practice. And eventually, you know, it'll just be smooth. Oh, if I get that weight, I've got to get that weight, man. If I get the weight, then we can do a couple of these logs at the same time. Should be a rule of yours. Cat mode only. Cab mode only, hey? The problem is, you kind of sometimes need to be able to see outside from the viewer's perspective. And I spoke about this last time, from the stream's perspective. You know, for people to be able to see what's going on and, you know, enjoy it a little bit. We butchered a couple of these. So when the jaw's fully open and I'm coming down to ground level like this, it's just about here. Okay, there. It's just a matter of learning the reference points on the arms and stuff. Yeah, much like I do on the mast when I'm driving the forklift. You know, you have specific marks so you know how high the mast is and where the tines are, and you know, you're not constantly having to check everything because you know. Oh, damn it! Amazing! Oh, I saw that come when I felt it. Man, I had that other log balanced so nicely right on the edge that I was concerned about knocking it off like that. Don't have a proper grip on this one. That's alright, we're close. Two, 4, 6, 8, 9 logs left. Okay. Easy. Strap all those logs down. It's good fun. I'm getting better. What's the most logs I've gotten in the trailer? So right now I've got 9 in there. I think the most I had in there at once was 12 and 13 with the one in the claw. But 9 in the back and 1 in the claw is easily doable. It depends on that third layer. You can sort of see on the second layer on the left hand side there's a gap. That's where I had the log. I had a log in there. And then I knocked it out when I put the second log next to it. If you can get on that second row a 4th log just there on the left hand side, then you can put 3 on the 3rd row and 2 on the top, which gives you the 2 extra logs. And then if you're lucky, you can fit the 3rd. But yeah, I think 12 was the max I had in there. Hang on, we're going to sell that first log. Right, let's go finish this one off. And we've got the 2 cultivating contracts. And that should give us the Cashbuck Dollary dues. What's the time? It's 10:30. It's been a good morning so far. Did a couple of contracts, bought ourselves a block of land. Mowed it, baled it, cleaned it up, fertilised it. Now we just needed it to grow. And we'll put some goat pens on it soon. Up next though, greenhouse, water tank. Weight would be so nice. I'm gonna go tits up again in a minute. Calypso, how are you? I know, I can't afford the log trailers. Can't afford the log trailers yet. We shall get one eventually, when we can afford one. No leasing, Calypsia. No leasing. No loans. No leasing. I don't own it, can't use it. This is our City Slicker to Farmer playthrough. Or series. Nobody knows this dude. Oh man, we got 2 again. I'm too good at this. There we go, it's better we drop one. If you can't afford it, you shouldn't be doing it. I've ran a bunch of businesses, never leased a thing. The game would be way too easy, like every game, if you could just lease whatever you needed to. No, we got some heavy restrictions. Some heavy restrictions. Started with 100 grand. No land. Oh, we've got 2 again. No, drop one. Lovely. Started with the minimum 100,000. I didn't start with the loan. But we started with the 100 grand. No land, no equipment. We just finally managed to buy ourselves a block of land today. Yes, sir. We're going to start a goat farm. But we're just doing some contracts right now to stay there. To get enough money to get a greenhouse. A greenhouse and a water tank. Don't do it. This is a shitty mess. Well, what have we got left? We need to fit 3 more in there. Stuff it. Stuff it. We'll sort it out. Almost looks like I'm trying to place them up right. Calypsia, thank you for popping in. Have a good rest. It's not the neatest stack. We just need to get 2 more in. The other one we can take in the claws. Oh. Didn't have a hold of that, did I? Don't do that. I'd say though, if you could stack that trailer with these logs upright, then, you know, I think you'd deserve, you know, any accolades that they could give you for trailer stacking. Let's go. That was sweet. Every log loaded in first person. Obviously checking a little bit with the third person camera and to make it look you know, somewhat interesting on the time lapse. A little bit of external view. A couple of those gooseneck maneuvers to gobble up a log, make sure I had it. I love those contracts. I love this bit. These loading up of the logs with a proper wood trailer. We'll get one at some stage because I'm going to need it, especially when I've got my sawmill. We have to do deadwood contracts and collect the wood to bring back, and we're going to need one of those trailers. The trailer that I've seen in other people's videos, it must be part of a mod or something because I can't find it in my game. So they must have a mod or something that gives them different equipment. But as at the moment, no mods. Farming game on screen and a real life tractor's rolling by outside. Immersion! Oh, man. Yeah, love it. Love it. Let's go clear that log. Right, I absolutely love those contracts. I think I'm getting reasonably good. I'm getting better in the front loader from first person in the cab. Obviously made a couple of mistakes there, but I really enjoy those contracts. They're so fun. They're so fun. Let's head down, pick up the cultivator, and go do these other 2 contracts, and then we can have a look at buying ourselves a greenhouse. Oh, I haven't factored in, maybe we might need to do some, terraforming work. Oh dear. That's all right. We'll sort it out. Sheer nonsense. Mate, come on. You've got to admit that whilst being far from perfect, that was much, much better than my first attempt at stacking these logs on day 1. That was just comedy. That was just comedy. As soon as I switched to working in the cab, so much better. All right, how long have we been playing for? 4.5 hours. It's Sunday. I don't think it's a bad thing to play for a little bit longer. We've got to at least get the greenhouses, the greenhouse and the water tank. So we'll see how we go after these 2 contracts. To be able to get rid of these trees. All right, field 51 should take a little bit of time, simply because it's, you know, a little bit bigger than the last one, field 19. But then, I mean, we already have enough money, I think. The logging contract was $4,500, so that puts us up to like, what, 16,800 or something like that. That's enough to get ourselves. I'm cutting across this guy's field. Stuff him. I think that gives us enough to be able to pick up the greenhouse and the water tank that we need. What's going on? I wonder if I can disable that AI workers mode until I need it. Because every time I get to a new field, I have to set up my, you know, GPS lines. And I'd prefer not to have to do that. I'd get rid of the AI workers until I need them. Because it's going to be some time until I actually need AI workers, so... We'll stop that recording, do most of this field, and then oh man, so we'll finish these contracts, and then I really need to go clean up the kitchen, maybe put on some Harry Potter. The kitchen is absolutely filthy. Did a load of dishes yesterday, put the dishwasher on, but all the pots and pans need to be done. Because my wife's been so sick this week and I've been doing heaps of overtime, neither of us have done anything in the kitchen. We've just used all the pots. But it's been a good session, made some good progress. By the end of it, we'll have our greenhouse and our water tank, our field, all mowed and baled, and no new equipment. But at the moment, we don't need any. We'll pick up that water tank trailer. That'll be our new equipment. But we'll finally eventually have a warehouse, a greenhouse that can start producing some stuff for us to sell. I think I'm going to put some lettuce in there. I was looking through the prices earlier on, and everyone seems to recommend starting out with some lettuce because the prices for lettuce are pretty good. And then we'll just keep adding warehouses while we keep churning through contracts, and eventually get to the point where we can get some goats and a goat pen, and at some stage a little house, even if it's like a little shack thing at this stage, or a barn or something we can sleep in. Actually, I don't know if we can sleep in a barn. Like if we need to reset the day right at the time, I think we can sleep. I think we need a house to sleep in. I don't know if that's where I want to build my homestead, so to speak. But it'll be a reasonable location to start out with, on the western side of town, on the other side of the tracks, so to speak. Oh boy! I've got to say a huge thank you to Oh God. Where? Oh yeah, to Acidic Comet for his confirmation that all vehicles have cruise control. Because I tried to use it before, but I just couldn't get it to work. I don't know why it wasn't working. But what I was doing was trying to press the cruise control while I was moving, and that didn't seem to want to activate it. Whereas if you activate it when you're stopped, then it starts moving. Once we've got the goat farm, I think we just expand it out until we're running, a couple of hundred goats. Maybe pick up one of the fields next door to put more grass in. And maybe we look at goats and grass and silage, because we're going to need grass to feed the goats, so it makes sense to grow grass, unless whatever paddock we put them in. It does say that you can cultivate the paddocks or something like that, or customize the paddock, so I'm assuming we can put grass or whatever in the goat's pen, so that during the year when the grass is growing, we don't have to feed them baled hay or baled grass. But for that time of year when the grass isn't growing, we've got bales that we can feed them, and then expand on that with the larger round bales and silage. And just keep growing that out. Goats, silage. I'd love to have like a goat, like dried milk powder commodity and ice cream and all that sort of stuff. Like I said before, the goat's cheese and... Get us some time-lapse midfield, hey? Maybe we can get some bigger implements. A bigger maybe another tractor. Maybe after we get the farm going, it might be worthwhile looking at a bigger tractor. A medium-sized tractor, so we can start upgrading some of these implements, because we're going to be doing contracts for ages, and having a bigger cultivator, so we don't have to keep doing these silly little lines. We can get something that's double the width or bigger. But we're going to need a bigger tractor for that sort of stuff. Get some close-ups for our time-lapse. See if we can do the end of row turn here in this view. Maybe come down inside the cab. Get a little bit of this. Oh yeah! Bit of farming content! Alright, and we'll come back for the last little bit of the time lapse when we get close to the end of this field. I hope everyone's had a wonderful weekend, or is having a wonderful weekend. No! The Wasser is empty. Yesterday was great, Slash. Today, not so much. Actually, a beer would be really nice. Hashtag self-inflicted pain. Maybe let's just pause this real quick. I think the tractor keeps moving while we're in this menu. Let's just pause this game. I'm going to refill my water bottle. I'm going to go grab myself a beer, finish up these 2 contracts, buy ourselves a bunch of stuff, get our farm going, and this will probably be episode 4, I reckon, because we've got another episode to edit from the first stream, and then I've got episode 3 to edit from the content that I filmed yesterday offline. This will be episode 4. Excuse me. Maybe 5, I'm not sure. We'll see how we go. There we go, Slash. Thank you, mate. Exclamation mark farm. Go check it out. Crouch's Farm.
We should head back to our old place in the faraway town where I met you, baby. All those years pass, now I know you. How the times can change and I get a little down. Thinking about tomorrow, I get down. Was it over from the get-go? Should we call it quits and let go? I have cried many times over you. Sleepless nights, what a crime. Wasting my tears on a broken dream. Maybe I just can't forgive another mistake. Maybe I don't want to feel
Oh, man.
heartache. Every time you let me down, I get to
Guess you get something to watch when I go offline, Slash. I'm actually looking forward to, doing some editing this afternoon, getting the rest of the episodes up there. Again, I'm mindful that, I can't play too much and not edit the content. Otherwise, it'll get to the point where it becomes overwhelming and then I stop editing and uploading the videos because I just want to play.
try to make things right, 'cause I get a little down. Thinking about tomorrow, I get down. Should we call it quits and let go?
If you ever get a chance, wherever you are, to try some beer from Kaiju Crush, from Kaiju. Kaiju is the brewery. Their Kaiju Crush is such a delicious pale ale. Really summery. And thank you. I want to say a massive, massive thank you to the amazing support I've had here at Crouch After Dark. I managed to upgrade my Epidemic sound account to the Pro version, which has allowed me to add Crouch's Farm to the list of channels. It's 2 now, Crouch After Dark and Crouch's Farm, that I can use Epidemic Sound music on. So everything that we're listening to, I can use on Crouch's Farm. I don't have to edit all of this out. And your support has made that possible. So I want to say a massive, massive thank you. Let's continue. Because the music in this playlist is just so appropriate for this game. The country playlist on Epidemic Sound. So it's going to make the editing process easier as well, because when I'm time-lapsing this stuff and the audio, the songs that we listen to are on a separate track, then during that time-lapse, when I time-lapse it, I can just increase the volume. I don't need to look for another song to bring in, or as I've had to do in episode 1 because I messed up my OBS settings and everything was on one audio track, so I couldn't separate out the music and stuff. Luckily, it wasn't too loud. It was at a volume that was okay for the video. But during all the time lapses, I've taken a couple of songs and then just chucked a little bit of each song into the time lapse. So as you watch through, 20 minutes of the episode, there'll be time lapses during that 20 minutes where you'll get to hear the whole song, but spread out over those 20 minutes. Butchered that line. Need to get your Suno on. Got many credits left this month. Need some instrumentals. Man, it's so good. I've really been enjoying those songs. Thank you, Slash. Those battles of Crouch After Dark, so good. I need a farming one, Slash. Need a farming one. Now, we might just be able to skip this little bit that I've missed here, because we never do 100% of the field. There's always stuff left over. It drives me nuts. There's always some strip that gets left. Yep, that beer was exactly what I needed right now. After all this hard work in the fields. We might kick time forward. We're doing 0.5. We do 1-to-1. Beer is always what's needed. I can't agree more. Actually, that reminds me. Yeah, I can't play for the whole day. I've got things that I need to do. A, I need to clean the house, and B, I need to go to the shops and do my shopping for the week. And I might pick up another pack of alcohol-free beer, because it's quite nice to have a beer at work during my lunch break that tastes like beer, mostly, but doesn't have the alcohol. Somebody asked me about a month ago or so, I was sitting in my van, because I take R-Tax to work and have my lunch break out in my camper. Don't have to queue for the microwaves, can watch Netflix, put on some YouTube, have a little lay down, whatever. And someone came out to, get in their car to go to Macca's, and I was in there having my food and drinking a beer. And they were like, "You having a beer, Viv?" I was like, "No, it's alcohol. It's alcohol-free, man." You had me up until the non-alcoholic one. No, I got nothing against alcohol-free beer, man. As long as it tastes alright. I mean, that's the thing, right? That's at least why I drink beer. I don't drink, I very rarely drink. But most of the beers I drink because of their flavour. That's why I drink a lot of small, artisan beers, like this stuff from Kaiju, which is expensive. I mean, I could drink regular, cow's piss, Melbourne Bitter, Victorian Bitter, West End Draft. Crown lagers. But that's just gross. Those beers are gross. I like the beers from Heaps Normal. Those are nice. All right, lovely. Field 19 should be nice and quick. Nice small field. So we'll go back up the road there. We'll go left. Go right. An ice cold Carlsberg slaps right after you mowed the lawn. Carlsberg's okay. This is perfect because we'll finish this row, come down the other row, finish the last row on the left, heading in the same direction we are now. And then we just need to hook out up past that road up there, and that'll take us to field 19. Finish off our contracts, buy our stuff, figure out how construction works. And once I've gotten to that stage, then, you know, customizing my farm and putting little sheds and all that sort of stuff is going to be ridiculous. I'm really going to enjoy that. You can get stuff in kit form and build it. I don't know how that works, but the kits are pretty cheap. I get a couple of sheds to store my equipment and stuff in. At a small sister company that makes craft beers that is really good, but I don't think they're sold outside of Denmark. Bummer. Alright, let's get our last bit of time lapse on. Time lapse this last strip here and then the drive out to the new field. Time lapse putting the cultivator into the field and starting it off, then we can stop that, finish it off. Time lapse the drive back to home base. And then we get our equipment, and that'll be episode maybe 4 or 5. Go do the kitchen, do a load of dishes, come and sit down, do a bunch of editing. See, you always get this last little bit that's left over. Drives me nuts. Let's get off this guy's field. Let's turn cruise control off. I'd rather have control of the speed as we go around corners and stuff. Put our little mini map on. I also want to find out, I know that there's a photo mode that people use. It might be a mod. That I don't mind installing. That completely gets rid of the HUD so I can take better screenshots. Left, Alt, and H. Okay. That'll do for that. And we'll time lapse partway through. Time lapse the drive back to our farm. What do I call the farm? Crouch's Farm. Hey, let's go. Yeah, thoroughly enjoying it. And once I, I've spoken a lot today about, starting time, time lapses, stopping time lapses. I'm trying to think about how I want to film this for each of the episodes over on Crouch's Farm. Once I get my process down, I'm really going to enjoy the edit, putting together the episodes, and then feeding off the dopamine from, hopefully some comments from people and suggestions, and feeding off other people's experience in the game to make my game better. That was one of the things that always used to keep me going on YouTube, was the comments from people. Upload a video, watch the comments and go, yes, start working on the next video straight away. And then having just been streaming for the last couple of years now, not really producing videos, it was actually quite nice to sit down in Premiere and just, cut it together. And so I'm glad that I'm enjoying that, because I don't want to have to do it, which is why I stopped producing videos for my other channels. I just wasn't enjoying it anymore. And I've thoroughly been enjoying the live streaming. And I know that right now, my channel has been built over the last couple of years from just playing Star Citizen, so I have a completely disinterested audience, apart from all the core people who are here, normally, who are just here to give me grief. So I understand that, whilst, everyone's been here to watch Star Citizen, it's been really nice to play this, have a bit of a break. You would be amongst those people, Slash? Yes, indeed. Oh, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I love it. We'll have to make sure we do some Star Citizen this week. Get back to Mr. Argo Hurst and everyone's favourite Bogan, the Ginger King. Been missing him. And we'll see they're in rapid development mode this year, aren't they, CIG? Really pushing out the content, and maybe I just need to get involved in some of these things that I've never done. The contested zones, and Hathor, and the cave mining, and so it's nice to see that they're really moving things forward. Whilst there'll always be issues with that game for who knows, maybe forever. No, that's the wrong lane. Okay, do it. Just pick whatever lane you want. Whilst there'll be issues with that game for a while to come, it's nice to see them really pushing things, getting a new patch out each month. So there is lots to look at. So rather than just being totally focused on my own ridiculous gameplay, we can get out there and just enjoy checking out some of this new stuff. Go in and see what these contested zones are like. Now that these things have been out for a while, you know, they'll be different. I don't like getting involved in things that are new. Especially in Star Citizen. So I'd just rather wait until the madness calms down a little bit. And we can explore some of these locations without the never-ending fear of just constantly being ganked and ruining the experience. We'll time-lapse this last little bit. And the drive back to the farm. Then we'll pop back on, have a discussion about what we're buying, do some modifications to the property, buy the stuff that we want, and we'll call it an episode. Again, I can't play for too long unless I split it up into 2 episodes, but that then means I can't play for a couple of days because I've got to make sure that I have time to edit those episodes, get them up. I guess part of that also depends on my filming style. Like right now I'm really conscious about how I'm trying to film this. See, with the wheel, like right now I need 2 hands to control the vehicle. And I can look around using the thumb, you know, the thumb hat, what's it called? The hat on the right stick, but it's not nice. I'd rather use the mouse, which gives me, you know, easier look, you know, an easier time to look around. But to do that, I need my left hand to be able to drive. So if I can use pedals and a steering wheel, that leaves my right hand free to be able to use the mouse to look around. Given that what's it called? The head tracking with the Tobii, it isn't really fantastic. Because it is nice being here in the cab, like Slash said before, you know, it should be cab only. I'd love to do cab only. If I could look behind me to reverse and stuff, and especially with the wheel in the cab, you know, reversing inside the cab with a wheel would be much, much easier than it is, you know, with the sticks and or in third person. if I get used to steering, I suppose, with the left stick, like the left stick is set up for steering and accelerating, then I can look around. It's just a matter of getting used to steering with the left stick, which is on the Omni throttle, which is slightly different than my right stick. This is cool being in the cab though. And we're going to crash into one of these trees. We've got a big implement behind us. And here we are, back at Crouch's farm, back at our property. Let's check out our grass. Still harvested, still the same month. Nothing has progressed. All right, let's check out our contracts. All right. 1,589 from Ben for his cultivating contract. David gave us a $4,066 contract. 51, that was a massive field. 4,845 from Noah for our wood transport. I really enjoy those contracts. I'm loving being in the cab. I'd love to sort out my eye tracking, my Toby. But from what I understand, and I'll look a little bit more into it, there doesn't seem to be anything in Farm Sim to be able to differentiate between eye tracking and head tracking and say I want 20% eye tracking and 80% head tracking, or I don't want any eye tracking at all. Again, because I stream over on Crouch After Dark, the content that we're watching here on Crouch's Farm, there's a link in the description if you want to go and hang out with me live as we play the game and as we record this content. It would make the game so much more immersive if I could use my Toby for head tracking. Anyway, 4,845 from Noah. This gives us 22,933. I was going to say cash buck dollary dues, but I think I've been saying that quite a lot. 22,933 cash buck dollary dues. Time to buy a greenhouse, a water cart. To do that, we need to go into the shop. The water cart here is the barrels. All right, I think we only need this small one, 20,080 litres. In fact, it's the one I've budgeted for. Oh, let's check what's in the specials here. Let's not get sidetracked by this. Oh, the Voltara. No, we can't afford it. We're so far away from that sort of money. What is this? This tool is used to create ridges into which you can plant your vegetables afterwards. Wheel weights on the tractor are required for use. It requires a tractor with 160 horsepower. Okay, that's not what we're here for. Let's grab this water tank. License plate. Croachi. I really wish can we put Crouch in here? Oh my God, can. What? How do we go back? Dot. Crouch. Crouchy. No plate back only. Oh no, it doesn't. It's not. Oh, okay, that's disappointing. That's disappointing. All right, do we want a white tank? A black tank? A silver tank? Do we want a chromed tank? Oh no, they're the wheels. All right, let's just put some black wheels on it. All right, that's what we want. Buy. You can fetch your purchase at the shop. Okay, so we need to go back and see Dave to grab that. All right, let's go into construction. Slash in the live chat saying I'm going to need a flatbed trailer for all the products from the greenhouse. We're going to have masses of them. Stacking pallets on a sided trailer ain't fun. We will need at some stage to get ourselves a flatbed trailer, but at least we can use the one that we've got right now. You know, it's got the flippy flappy side bit so we can slot that down. All right, let's have a look. Construction, right? Oh dear God, where did we see it before? Factories. Greenhouses, here we go. So we've got 17,000. Oh, we're so close. Oh, this is the problem with this game. Just one more. Just one more. Just one more contract. I think we're going to need to also clear a bunch of space. So I'm not sure if I want to stick my greenhouses all the way up the back up here, which means I need to drive down to the end of the field to come and pick up all my produce. Or I put my greenhouses at the front. Can we rotate the camera around? No, that rotates the item. Zoom camera. Land is not owned by me. Okay, well that... Why was I allowed to mow it? All right, well that changes the situation. If this land at the front is not actually owned by me, then I guess we can't put our greenhouses there. How do I turn the camera around? Place item, toggle free mode off, toggle snapping off. So what is toggle free mode? Placing objects in free mode can cause issues with the functionality of the objects or vehicles, but allows more freedom of placement. It is your responsibility to flatten the terrain. Use this at your own risk. Okay, I don't know what that means. Toggle snapping. Okay, it looks like it's snapping then to the field. Oh, okay. All snapping off. All right, so I guess we're kind of restricted then. So having our greenhouse out here, how far over can we put it? Oh, this camera thing is a bit weird, isn't it? How do we rotate things? I'm just thinking, if that's the front door, where does the produce come out of the greenhouse? Through the front door? Through the side? Is that a water tank? So we've got a water tank, right? We want to fill up our greenhouse. I don't know how this stuff works, so let's put snapping back on. Okay, let's turn it off. I want to be able to zoom camera. I want to be able to rotate my camera around, not just the item, but my camera. Is there a way that I can do that? Let me know in the comments. Okay, let's get rid of that greenhouse. Yeah, here we go. Middle mouse click. So, am I going to have to flatten this land? Maybe it might not be a bad idea. I think there's some menu here for soften, slope, level. Leveling costs $10. $10 per what? $10 per click? $10 per little circle here. So if we want to rub like a paintbrush over here to level this out, that could cost thousands, right? All right, let's gets pricey pretty quick, hey? Yeah, I can imagine. Rice saplings, medium tarp greenhouse, small tarp greenhouse. So I'm thinking to put, I don't know what I'm thinking, to be honest. I've never used these before. If I put one here, I can put another one. How far back can I go? Look, we've just got to bite the bullet. Let's just put one down. Hang on. Why is the price changing ever so slightly? Who knows? Who knows? Let's buy ourselves a greenhouse. I'm relatively happy with the placement of this greenhouse. It's done. Now, so it's credited. Oh, okay. All right. So here we go. Oh, I wish I knew this. Oh, dear Lord. It's massacred our road. It's sort of sunk it into the ground a little bit. But so the produce comes out on next to the water container, hey? So I guess we can put another one behind it at some stage and then leave a little path down here. All right, so now that we've done that, space, a rename. Let's go back, sell. So we can sell it for $9,000. So we bought it for $9,000. We can sell it for $9,000. What happens to the land? I guess we just find out, right? Object has been sold. Okay, so the land stays the same. And we can move it back a little bit. We move it to there. Okay, we can fit another one behind it. So if we move it back a little bit, stick it there. Can I fix up this road? It's driving me nuts. Raise, lower, soften, slope, level. I really don't like this. Okay, that's just made the road even worse. It costed me some cash buck dollary doos. Change cursor shape. Change brush strength. And change brush size. I don't think I'm going to get the road back at least. Okay, so change brush shape. Okay, I want the square. Okay, what? I guess we just need to play around. Change brush size. Oh, wow. I could regret this. At what point is it taking its level from, though? Is it taking it from the highest level or the lowest level? Raise lower, soften, slope. Maybe I need to play around with this in a different saved game. Or we just bite the bullet and say, Crouchy, just do it. Which I'm far more inclined to do. Yeah, it doesn't look like we can fix up this little bit where it's laid this foundation. That's okay, we'll figure that out later on. All right, so we've got ourselves a greenhouse. We need to go get ourselves a water tank, which is over at Dave's place. Yeah, look at that. Got a warehouse. We got a little greenhouse back here. Oh, it's not exactly in line with the road, is it? Oh, this is going to drive me nuts. This is going to drive me nuts. All right, let's go back to Dave's place, pick up our water tank, come back, fill that up. We've got 7,000. I'm really tempted. Let's have a quick look. God, we can't. Got other things to do. I'm really tempted. Cultivating, $711. Quick deadwood contract. No, it's all the way out east. Fertilizing, no. Oh, wood transport. Okay, yeah, it's another local one. No, we can't. All right, so let's jump aboard the tractor. We'll head over Dave's, pick up the water tank. I'll see you when I get back here. Let's go sort out this greenhouse. We'll call it a day. It is in-game time, only 20 past 11, so we've got plenty of time during the day to do more contracts, but we'll do those later on. Let's go back and see Dave. Let's pick up our new water tank. Oh, don't run into that lake, please. We've already done that once. Okay, we're very much looking forward to running into that lake, aren't we? That's where I'm planning on filling up our water tank from. Anyway, I'm going to head to Dave's. I'll see everyone back here. Alrighty. Actually, the more I get used to driving just with my left hand, from inside the cab, it's relatively easy. It's strange, isn't it, how things are much easier inside a vehicle. Well, I don't know why it's strange. I mean, we all spend so much time driving and You know, that's what I do. I drive for a job. That's what I do. But whenever I'm outside of the vehicle, my left hand just overreacts in terms of the steering. Whoa! It really would be nice to have that wheel. Man, I could spend 800 of my thank you points on a JBL Hi-Fi gift card. And get the Hoya wheel or whatever it is. Comes with a joystick. Another joystick. I don't really need another joystick. I just need a wheel that works with the game, because sadly my PXN doesn't work with this game. Works nicely with Euro Truck Simulator. Dude, you're getting run over. But yeah, it doesn't work with this, unfortunately. So we're back from Dave's. Now the water tank is empty, but from what I understand is that we can fill up water tanks if there's a local water source, right? So, I mean, this pond here is really deep and it's super sharp. This is where I crashed my tractor into. You can see it's super deep. Maybe it's not so deep on the other side. Let's go check that other one. Because from what I understand, we need to fill it up, right? Maybe we can't, right? Let's have a look at our key. Refill mobile water tank. Yes, it works! Okay, so we got a full tank of water. Right, let's head up to the back, obviously, where our greenhouse is. Ooh, I better be aware of what's there on the other side of that forest, so I come careering through there and crash into things. So now I think we can go to our greenhouse and then tell it we want you to produce XYZ, right? Actually, there's no, let's not put it there. We put it out the front. Dump water. I don't know if I want to dump the water. Can we sort of stick it in here? Let's just leave it there. All right, let's get out and have a look around. So what's the deal with this thing? Water. How do we open the door? Oh, that gets me in the tractor. So let's go to F1. Open the door. Manage production point. All right, chili peppers, garlic, lettuce, napa cabbage, spring onions, strawberries, tomatoes. All right, let's have a look here. Prices, right? So I was looking at lettuce earlier on because, you know, everyone grows lettuce, right? You know, or tomatoes. Spring onion. What were the other ones? Napa cabbage. So lettuce seems to be pretty good. Garlic. You know, I don't know the growing cycles and all that sort of stuff. Is there? We need to do more research, Crouchy. Oh, let's just get some lettuce in here. All right, so small top greenhouse with lettuce. Oh, how much? What are strawberries doing? Fruit types. Strawberries. Okay, let's just do the lettuce. That's going to make us the most cash buck dollar it is. Although I do like the idea of strawberries. All right, so let's go in here. Let's get some lettuce in here. Space, change output mode, activate. What is change out? Let's activate this. Distributing, storing, selling, distributing, storing. Okay, I don't know what any of that means. Status, materials missing. So I need lettuce, do I? Do I need to buy seeds or something? Comment in chat telling me it just needs water. Okay, so how do I put water in this tank here? Small greenhouse owned by my farm. Lettuce, missing materials. Building storage, storage is empty. Owned by me. Enter vehicle. Okay, now that's the tractor. I think I might need to move this out of the way so I can see what that water thing is doing. Dump water. It just dumped all that water. Where did it dump it all? On the ground or into the... Oh no, okay, hang on. Wait a minute. Owned by my farm. Lettuce. It's running. Water. How much water do these things take? Can we just keep filling up that tiny little... that's a 200-litre barrel. What is this little thing? Oh, opens and closes the doors. We got some lettuce. We've got lettuce. It's a farm, ladies and gentlemen. We have a farm. We have a farm. We got some space back here too. All right, hang on. We got to go on this side where the sun is. So someone said left Alt and H hides the HUD. Left Alt and H. Left Alt H. No worky. We can hide the mini map. We can hide the tooltips. Screenshot. It's a farm. We have a farm. So I'm being told that I can run multiple things in here at the same time. Oh, outgoing products. Right. Yeah, okay. So we can either just produce loads of lettuce or everything. Let's just activate everything. Can we activate everything? I mean, is it splitting its attention between all of these things? So for example, I guess my question here is, and let me know in the comments, if I'm just growing lettuce, let's say it has production capacity, right? And if I'm just growing lettuce, 100% of the capacity is produced towards lettuce. Whereas if I'm growing everything, then 15% is allocated to this, 15% is allocated to that, 15% is allocated to that. Okay, so here we go. Incoming materials, water. Okay, so we really need to fill up this tank properly. We need to put some more water in there. All right, so if I'm growing everything, I mean, would it make sense then just to grow lettuce? If lettuce is the most valuable, I guess the prices are going to go up and down though, right? So maybe when lettuce is at a low price, chili peppers are at a high price. Who knows? We'll figure all this out as we go. In the meantime, everything is activated. So yes, look how greenhouse looks like a greenhouse with a whole bunch of different stuff in it. Yeah, I like this better. Bugger than min-maxing. We want to grow food and lots of different foods. So, you know, if our capacity of our greenhouse is now splitting its attention between a whole bunch of different sorts of, foods, so be it. There we go. We need more water. I'll top up all that water. Let's close our door. That's so sick. That's so sick. Crouchy, you're a farmer, mate. You're a farmer. Hang on, wait a minute. We're in a tractor. How do we get in a tractor? Let's close that door. It's been absolutely incredible, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely incredible. I wish I knew a way to turn the HUD off. And to be able, can I rotate? Oh, I can right click to rotate the camera. Oh no, my mouse just does that by default. Oh, it's been too much fun. It's been too much fun. Thank you so much to everyone who's been joining me live over on Crouch After Dark. Again, if you're watching on Crouch's Farm, well, this may not necessarily be the end of the episode. Who knows what might happen in the edit? But that's it, ladies and gentlemen. It's been absolutely fantastic. Another almost 6 hours of Farm Simulator. Need to do some housework. Jump in, do some edits. Might jump in later tonight, play a little bit more. Don't know if I'll stream it or not. But I appreciate everyone who's been hanging out with me today. Sexy Potat dropped in on Twitch with 25 bits. I need to fix that up so people can cheer 5 bits or something like that. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm absolutely in love with this game. I'll see you next time on Crouch's Farm. See ya.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality
Oh
standard.
no. No. I want to keep going, Slash. Trust me, I do. I want to keep going. It's the honest to God truth. But maybe we'll be back a bit later on. Have a good one, Slash. I hope you feel better. Hope you feel better, mate. I hope your hangover doesn't last for too long. I need you today. Stay. I'll catch everyone next time. See ya. Bye.